आपकी सेवा में हाजिर हो गए।
अरे सर, थैंक यू।
यही पूरे 30 पान थोड़े गाने खत्म होते रहे।
कितनी जार मिलनी पड़ेगी?
Hello, Mr. Pregan. Mr. Pregan, can you hear me? Mr. Pregan, Wolfgang, please unmute yourself. Mr. Pregan? क्या हुआ? हटा दिया? चलो इसमें रहने दो, कोई फोन आएगा तो ऐसी बात कर।
Audio on. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Sunil Goyal, co-chairman, PhD Chamber, Rajasthan.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. President.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Fine.
Hello, Mr. Pregan, good afternoon.
हाजी
Yeah.
कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया सर, बढ़िया।
और सुनील जी
Sir,
हाय
बढ़िया बताओ।
बढ़िया जी।
हाय मिस Wolfgang
Yes,
Pregan
Wolfgang, yeah.
Wolfgang Pregan. Okay. How are you, sir?
Yeah. So here it is still morning.
Morning.
Yes.
Cold and
3 hours earlier, na?
temperatures are near 0 degree here.
We are at 5. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm missing the Indian summer, winters, yes. It's like our summer.
Hello. Hello. इंश्योरेंस है हाँ मत कीजिए तो सुनील जी क्या मार्केट बहुत क्रैश करा दिया आपने
बहुत भयंकर फ्लक्चुएशन साहब 1000 पॉइंट बैंक निफ्टी ये 2 घंटे में ऊपर नीचे हो गई 1000 पॉइंट 3% का वेरिएशन बाजार में पर डे आना मामूली बात
कितने कहा करो मैंने पैसा कमाया हम आपसे कौन सा स्पॉन्सरशिप मांग रहे हैं
नहीं पैसा कमाए स्पॉन्सर तो आप आगे नहीं बैठो करो
हाँ नहीं हम तो बैठे ही हैं पर आप भी खड़े थोड़ी हो गए आप भी तो बैठे हो सर
सर जी मैं
हमेशा कहते नुकसान हो गया यार
मैं
हमेशा ये कहते हो नुकसान हो गया
नुकसान ही बाजार फ्लक्चुएशन नहीं हो रही है नुकसान हुआ बाजार में फ्लक्चुएशन नफा नुकसान तो रोज मिलता है क्या करें
नहीं तो जो कमाते हो तो कभी लगाओ थोड़ा बीएसडी पे भी लगाओ सर
कमाए जो
दोस्तों पे भी खर्च करो
हाँ रखो शाम को क्या प्रभाव आपका 4 बजे बाद बताओ
कितने लोग आ गए कितना ज्वाइन कर लिया अपने को
27
और साकेत सर भी जुड़ गए भी जुड़ गए
27
ओके
अभी 3-4 मिनट हैं सर।
हाँ अरोड़ा साहब आ गए क्या बरसाते जी
वो कोटा में है, मैं अभी उनको फोन करूंगा, उन्होंने बोला था कर दूं, ज्वाइन करूंगा 3 बजे। अभी भी 3-4 होता है, it may take some time. I'll call him.
So Mr. Wolfgang is how you are associated with Mr. Barjatia?
Yes, we have a long relationship since earlier than 2005, and we often work together. He has visited us here in Germany, and he lived here with my family, and the same we have experienced in his house. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Saket ji.
Good afternoon. How are you?
नमस्कार, good afternoon.
नमस्कार.
साकेत भाई नमस्कार, कैसे हो?
एकदम बढ़िया. So nice to see you.
You are looking very young.
साहब अब ठीक है आप? तबीयत कैसी है आपकी?
बिल्कुल ठीक है सर, बिल्कुल all well.
And how are you,
So,
Mr.
Mr.
Wolfgang?
Wolfgang, Saketji, Mr. Wolfgang Pregan, he has joined us. He is from Germany.
Right.
And building biology, he is expert in the building biology.
Fantastic. It's a pleasure
He was
to
telling about
have you,
some,
sir.
yeah, Mr. Wolfgang, you were telling something about your relationship with Barjatia.
Yeah, he has also been with us, and we have been with him, with his family, and we also visited a lot of businesses in India, also in Jaipur, in Rajasthan. So a lot of things have happened together with him.
Oh, very good.
So I'm missing the weather in Rajasthan.
Mayank ji, welcome.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Oh,
Namaste.
Mayank ji,
Namaste.
हाँ मयंक जी नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप?
नमस्कार सर, आप भी कैसे हैं? ऑल गुड?
जी नमस्कार, सुनील गोयल, को-चेयरमैन।
नमस्ते जी।
साकेत डालमिया जी हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, वो भी जुड़ गए हैं। साकेत जी, मयंक जी जुड़ गए हैं हमारे साथ।
तो अभी हमको शेयर स्क्रीन करना पड़ेगा, तो शेयर स्क्रीन आप कर देंगे?
नहीं, आप कर सकते हैं सर, यू कैन डू इट।
मैं ऑनलाइन हूँ।
हाँ, आप कर सकते हैं, देखिए।
एक सैंपल करके देख लेते हैं अभी।
हाँ,
तो ये सब
हाँ, आप एक बार कर लीजिए, आपके पास ऑप्शन है।
या शेयर किया है मैंने, और ये दिख रहा है आपको पूरा?
हाँ बिल्कुल सही है।
और इसको फुल स्क्रीन कर लेता हूँ।
हाँ कर दीजिए।
तो ये
आ गया सर, दिख रहा है।
एक मिनट, ये फुल स्क्रीन ठीक है?
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ठीक है।
इट्स ओके, ओके।
So you can hear me and you can also see me. Very good.
Yes.
So we are all set.
Great.
So what are we waiting for? मैं स्क्रीन शेयर अभी बंद कर देता हूँ for the time being.
राकेश जी शुरू कीजिए, 3 o'clock हो गया and
Are we expecting Pawan ji soon or?
पवन जी, so he is in contact with him. राकेश जी कॉल कर रहे हैं उनका ऑफिस को।
We can wait for him to start off.
उनका मैसेज आया, वो किसी मीटिंग में है अभी, वो कोटा में, जैसा मैंने आपको कहा था, वो कोटा में है।
So should we
तो
start?
उनका मैसेज आया, वो किसी मीटिंग में आई थी। स्टार्ट करेंगे हम लोग सर, वेट कर लें, थोड़ा इन्फॉर्मल डिस्कशन कर लें।
If it's a matter of 5-10 minutes, I think it's better we wait. Abhi,
Yes, I talked to him in the morning. He said that he will join. He got the link, but maybe the meeting is extended slightly, some more time. So he will join.
so
Not an issue. I think
Where-
better he join later. So after that he hear everything.
What is message now that he will join me soon.
हाँ, क्योंकि we have already a 40 plus attendees.
तो ये जो सब्जेक्ट है सर, बड़ा
we can utilize this
49
time.
sir, 49, around 50 audience there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I lost your voice. Is everybody else's screen stable? Is it just my internet connection or?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, please lead Gupta ji the way.
There is some.
थोड़ा सा
मयंक
आवाज जा रहा है गुप्ता जी का।
साकेत जी, आपकी इंटरप्ट हो रही है, साउंड इज नॉट क्लियर।
No problem. I'll once we start off, I'll reconnect with a different internet connection. But in the meantime,
I think राकेश जी आपके इसमें कुछ कमी है क्योंकि आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं है। डालमिया जी को तो मैं सुन पा रहा हूँ, साकेश जी आपकी आवाज सही है और मयंक जी को भी सुन पा रहा हूँ मैं।
आप आ रही है मेरी आवाज आपको?
आपकी थोड़ी इको हो रही है आवाज।
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, but your voice is echoing, राकेश जी. Your sound is good, but आप echo हो रहे हो.
Yes, there is.
मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है आप वो स्टेज पे खड़े हैं और एक अच्छा गाना सुनाने वाले हैं।
मयंक जी को गाने का काफी शौक है, इसका मतलब।
नहीं, वो एको आवाज होगा इसलिए बोला मैं। हेलो,
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर आपको?
यस, आवाज आ रही है, नो इश्यूज।
Am I audible?
वाइस प्रेसिडेंट साहब साकेत जी ऑलरेडी इसी लाइन से हैं, बिल्डिंग लाइन से काफी कनेक्शन है आपका, और मार्बल और स्टोन्स का बड़ा काम है आपका, तो सभी बिल्डर से और बिल्डिंग लाइन से काफी क्लोज कनेक्शन है आपका। तो आज हमने आप स्पेशल इनवाइटी आपको बुलाया है ताकि आप हमें कुछ गाइड कर सकेंगे आगे भी इस फील्ड में। और मयंक जी थोड़ा सा आप बताइए, थोड़ा ब्रीफ कीजिए जब तक टाइम पवन सर होते हैं।
We can have a informal discussion as David
नाम पढ़ रहा
said.
हूँ, संजय जी, प्रदीप जी, साकेत जी, दिग्विजय एंड सुनील दत्त गोयल जी, ये आपके स्टेट लीडरशिप हैं। इस पोस्टर में नाम है सबके। गुप्ता जी को तो मैं जानता हूँ अच्छी तरह से, बट आप लोगों से पहली बार मुलाकात हुई, अच्छा लगा। और डालमिया जी, आप स्टोन में ट्रेडिंग करते हैं या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है आपका?
So we have a manufacturing unit in Beirut. We are into only Italian marble. We import from all across the world.
Wonderful.
So, but Mayank, a very interesting topic is happening today, I personally think, because being a Vastu follower for 2 generations now, the most interesting part about what today's program is, I think, is Mr. Priggen's involvement in the whole process.
Yes.
And I think that people like you need to, incorporate that aspect when we just talk about Vastu, because I think this science is broader, which actually Vastu encompasses as well. But we talk about it in a pure terminology as Vastu, as a science of directions and placement. And somehow, when we coin it as a science like a biology, as a building biology, where we are talking about positive energy, negative energy, I think Vastu is all about energy fields, isn't it? So I think going forward, it's a very interesting point, or rather, very interesting discussion as to how India can really adapt to this concept. I had never heard the term building biology till today, honestly speaking. At the same time, I'm a great believer in that whenever you are in any physical space, whatever is your activity, the space you are in and the energy which it emits has a big role to play as to how we perform and how we feel and how we express ourselves. And definitely, this is a beautiful idea. And the fact that we have a government organization which is trying to listen to this and adapt to this, even in the most basic housing conditions to most luxurious, because any housing board nowadays does very, very basic stuff to very upmarket stuff. So it's great to see a government participation in the same idea. And before Pawanji joins in, maybe it'll be very interesting to understand a little bit before Mayanji's presentation. Maybe it'll be a nice idea to understand from Mr. Priggen as to what they are thinking about the science of energy which you have, Mayanji, because Vastu word every Indian would have heard. But what about Mr. Priggen trying to incorporate Vastu in his science of building biology? If you guys think that it's something to talk about.
Absolutely. I think Wolfgang can speak about it.
Yes, surely. So Vastu and building biology fit well together. So Vastu is already known since thousands of years. It's an ancient science, and building biology is very new because there came new technologies up in the, I think, from the beginning, from the 19th century.
47, yeah.
Yeah, and they have an effect on our natural systems, on our body energies. And Vastu also tells about energies and body energies. And this is what I have learned from Mayank, the Vastu, and he has learned from me the building biology. So we each know that they fit well together, the ancient science and the new building biology.
Thank you. Gupta ji,
I have.
Pawan ji joined, is it?
He is right now in the Chambal River. I got a message. He is just coming to the shore. He is on some official tour there. So he sent me a message that in a few minutes he will join, sir. I
Okay.
think we wait for him. It will be nice.
Mr. Begin is anyway continuing with his ideas. Please do so, sir.
Yes.
So what are you, am I supposed to do?
No, nothing. I just thought you were saying something else. Mayank ji can share what he has learned from you in the meantime. Mayank ji.
See, the whole approach is, which is I'm going to be showing you in the picture, Saket ji, in the presentation, is what building biology is in terms of building biology in the German way, and what Vastu Shastra is in Indian way. And when both of them come together, there is a synergy, and that is what we call Vastu world. And this synergy is something unique where we have taken inputs from building biology concept, but we have not negated our old age science of Vastu Shilpa Shastra, which has a lot of spiritual intent and a lot of energetic, intangible intent, which sadly we have put put it into a religious metaphor and try to create a myth and mythology about it. But I sometimes believe and think that the way Germans have thought about building biology, it has the root from Vastu Shilpa Shastra. It has the connectivity through Vastu Shilpa Shastra, because a lot of Indian texts, specifically Jain texts, which I have been studying in Berlin, and Wolfgang is helping me in getting the information from different libraries of Germany. They have collected original British documents stamped by Britishers, but all Indian manuscripts. And now, when we see this, that the Indian manuscripts on Jainism and religious are with them, I'm sure the original text of Vastu Shilpa Shastra was also with them, has been taken by Britishers, and they are with them. And from there, some thought has come into the process. And then, because they are German and they're talking of technology and they're looking into the aspect of electromagnetic radiation and health concern from different aspects, so they have coined it into a different way of their approach. But as far as I understand, since last 20 years of learning, that it is the same subject. You call Vastu Shastra in India, building biology in Germany, geomancy in America, Feng Shui in China. They are all coming together in connectivity of human body and the space. And that is what the science is. And we have to take good things from each concept and each philosophies, and then create a unique system which becomes universal.
Perfect. And very well said, Mayank, that our Vastu Shastra depiction is largely to do with ancient tales and mythology. And probably the time has come to give some logic to it, like the Germans are giving it, probably because our younger generation, our children, your children, they need an aspect of logic as well. Even though they are born in the land of Gita and Mahabharata, they need some logic as well to connect to these ideas today.
Absolutely.
So maybe an interpretation, a rephrasing of many concepts of Vastu, which are more scientific in its appeal to a younger generation, is also quite important, I think, going forward.
Absolutely. It is going to be the must. In sooner or later, as we are losing our connect with the inner self, we are lost in our own consciousness. The whole approach is it has to be dealt in a very scientific way, and architects and developers and builders, their role is most important here, because they are creating spaces which doesn't have soul, which doesn't have prana, which doesn't have life. And that's what building biology and Vastu talks about. You need to create life in the spaces. And life can only happen when there is some kind of connectivity with the nature, outside in and inside out. So that's what we try to teach architects, designers, town planners, government officials, people who are actually, are going to be decision maker.
Right, well said.
And they need to incorporate this, and it should. I would be happy to tell Mr. Pawan Arora, if he is there later, that why don't we incorporate this as a mandatory system. So we are looking for all the building codes for structural benefits and other things, but we are not looking at this code, which is most important. That's what the whole idea is.
Well said.
Mayank ji, the problem is there is no authentic literature or studies available. So how one can believe something? That is the most important thing we are lacking right now.
No, I'll tell you one thing here, just to cut you short. So, sorry if I'm stopped.
Yeah.
In between. See, nothing is authentic in this whole world. You want to find any information, you Google. What is the authenticity of Google? A Britisher or a person with a white skin comes and talks blah blah blah, and we believe him. And a person who is black skin or Indian skin talks, we want authentication from where you have got it. This is not right. Our text, we have amazing authenticity, and the whole world, including Snyder to Einstein to Max Planck to different people have appreciated and understood our Vedic sciences. We have authenticated. So only thing is we ourselves have lost our own inner truth, and we don't believe ourselves. And that is where I am really sad about it, that authentication, nobody has authentication as strong as we Indians have, because we have original texts which are 1,000-year-old. You can see Orissa Bhubaneswar temple, 1,200-year-old. 1,200-year-old temple, which is multi-story architecture. Multi-story architecture in the world started in 1972. We have constructed multi-story temples 1,000 years back. So think about it.
Hold on, sir.
So that is where we need to just update ourselves.
No, that is upgradation, and upgradation. Both the things are required there. What is the problem basically for a common man or a general person who wants to build his house or office or some factory? The problem is when we consult our contacts nearby available, so their thoughts are contradictory. One is saying कि सब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आप ये रखिए, दूसरा कहता साउथ वेस्ट में वो रखिए, तीसरा कहता नहीं यहाँ से नहीं, गेट यहाँ पर नहीं बनाइए, आप यहाँ पे बनाइए. तो अल्टीमेटली व्हाट हैपेंस ना, ऐसा बिलीव नहीं हो पाता. एंड नॉर्मली व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, ओके आई लीव इट हियर, वी हैव टू यूज आवर स्पेस टू द मैक्सिमम ऑफ आवर रिक्वायरमेंट्स और to the availability of the funds or availability of the material. So we constrain ourselves to our approach, and we leave all these kind of things because of the contradiction in the thoughts. What I mean to say is, if some study is there, some forum is there, or somebody is there who can guide in the proper way. Because right now, the available thoughts, now one person you contact, oh, I am a Vastu Shastra expert. Okay, we contact him, he say, no, you do this. The second we contact, he will contradict the things. He will just alter the 180 degree, turn around the things. So these are the things normally we are facing day to day in our life. So we want to, this is what my experience is. That's why I want to clarify these kind of things also.
Not an issue. You are right, absolutely right. I agree to your point. But the problem is the government agencies, architecture colleges, this subject is architecture subject. This subject is the concern of building, where civil engineers and architect needs to appreciate it. We have left this domain empty. That's why pundits and people who don't know anything about building and architecture and non-technical have picked it up. And when they pick it up, they are trying to just emotionally blackmail and try to extract the money. And that is where the whole process has become very difficult and not good. And this is where I am trying to now come into picture, where we are trying to set up an institute since last so many years, but still Government of India and the educational boards and architecture colleges are not accepting it. Again, the question which you have asked, authentication. How do you prove it? There are a lot of science, a lot of systems which cannot be proved. Your intuition cannot be proved. Your instinct cannot be proved, but you cannot negate it. So you cannot close, when you close your eyes and meditate, how do you prove it that you are feeling good or you are feeling bad? So there are certain things which we have to trust and believe in ourselves. And I'm sure sooner or later, the world is going to be coming back to the term originality of Indian sciences. And I'm sure then nobody is going to be asking that philosophy, and this will become a wonderful subject of architecture. And we are very near to that. Is this forum open to everybody? Can everybody hear us?
Yeah, I think it's open.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
All who are connected are listening to us, yes?
Yes, everyone is listening.
Oh, wonderful. This is great.
Dabaria ji, Mr. Pawan Arora sent me a message that he is further going to take few minutes. So what should we do? Should we carry on this informal discussion?
Now I think, Saket ji, should we start it?
I think we should start the program for the benefit of the people who are attending.
Okay.
Definitely, we should go ahead.
Yeah.
Sir will join in. Definitely, he can join in the program, in the presentation also, and we'll share it with him later, and we can have some thought-provoking session with him. What do you
Yes, sir.
think, Raji?
I think that would be fine, sir, because we have many attendees with us.
And he will understand, I'm sure. Let's go ahead.
So good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar, and welcome to this another interesting webinar on a very interesting subject, building biology. When I first heard this subject name from Mr. Barjatia, there were so many questions in my mind. Biology and building, how they can be used together. Then I discussed with him many times, discussed with other architects also. And later on, I find that this subject could be a very useful, I would say, non-destructive intervention for our MSMEs, our industries. So we thought that we will organize a program for the benefit of our MSME members and other industry members and non-members as well, to increase our awareness and knowledge on this important subject, which is, as we have been discussing, very commonly confused with the Vastu Shastra, which is being practiced by so many professionals, non-professionals, Pandit, Pujaris, copybook style knowledge kind of a thing. So I think coming 45-50 minutes would be very interesting for us to increase our knowledge on this. Starting the program, I would request our energetic and dynamic chairman of Rajasthan Chamber of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Digvijay Dhabaria ji, to give his welcome address and welcome our guest. Digvijay Dhabaria ji.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. आप मेरे को सुन पा रहे हैं? My voice is clear? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you to the very interesting webinar on prospering building business through building biology with renowned building biologist, architect Mayank Barjatia ji. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Shri Pawan Arora ji, IAS Commissioner, Rajasthan Housing Board, Government of Rajasthan. He will join us soon. And Shri Saket Dalmia ji, Vice President, PhD Chamber of Commerce, Delhi. Mr. Mayank Barjatia, Founder and Director, Vastu World Learning. Engineer Wolfgang Prigan, Building Biologist, Germany. Shri Sunil Dutt Goyal, Shri Yogesh Srivastav ji, and Shri Rakesh Kumar ji, Gupta ji from PhD Chamber, Rajasthan. Leadership of companies. It has always been an endeavor of PhD CCI Rajasthan chapter to come out with interesting programs for the benefit of its members and industry at large. We always try to adopt best practices and other knowledge and science-based interactive sessions into our business and factories to achieve growth, prosperity, and a healthy working environment. Building biology is one such science through which we can prosper our business and create healthy working environment by removing variety of irritants from our workplace. Building biology deals with analysis and study of energies of land, building, and other objects at our workplace and facilitate alignment of all these energies to achieve desired results and prosperity. Building biology has tremendous significance in public projects where through proper interventions we can convert bland buildings and land parcels into spaces with soul. It is a great pleasure and honor to have Shri Pawan Arora ji, a senior IAS officer and Commissioner Rajasthan Housing Board, Government of Rajasthan, who has turned around The board, with his tremendous leadership, decision-making, and foresightedness, and has been making many records in terms of selling of housing units, developing new projects, and many more innovative schemes. Arora Sahab, we welcome you to this webinar as our chief guest and hope you would certainly apply this scenario into your department. I also welcome renowned building biologist, architect Mayank Barjatia from Pune, engineer Wolfgang Prigang from Germany, who would be sharing knowledge on this science. Hope you would be immensely benefited with this interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhabareji, for your opening remarks and welcome remarks. It is indeed, as we have been discussing, a very interesting science. We are very pleased to have amongst us our very dynamic Vice President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Delhi, Mr. Saket Dalmia, who I feel that my working experience with him would prove it, that he has been working with many architects, maybe the Vastu people also, because he contributes to the making of a house by providing the exotic varieties of stones and other things. And I think he is one of the leading stone supplier in India to many plush houses and big projects. So I now request Shri Saket Dalmia ji to kindly give your special presidential address on this subject and in this webinar. Shri Saket Dalmia ji. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Gupta ji. Looking at the fact that we have used a lot of everybody's time, and at the cost of not being repetitive, first of all, let me welcome everybody here. Thank you, our state chapter. Thank you, Gupta ji. Thank you, Mayank ji. Thank you, Mr. Prigan. I think I have put on the table already my thoughts about, how we can fuse both the extremely dynamic and coexisting concept of Vastu and building biology. And I'm so excited once again to communicate that I'm happy that the government is also going to incorporate this, or at least hear this out, so that moving forward, we'll be making more spaces which are more happy for us. I think the biggest takeaway from any space is, अगर हम सोना चाहते हैं तो वहां पर नींद बढ़िया आती है कि नहीं, अगर हम काम करना चाहते हैं तो वहां पर दिमाग चलता है कि नहीं, अगर हम अपने फैमिली के संग बैठ के खाना चाहते हैं तो वहां पर भूख लगती है कि नहीं. आई थिंक दीज 3-4 बेसिक थिंग्स इन लाइफ, अगर जो जगह में हम हैं वो अगर अपने को उस चीज से एनर्जाइज करते हैं कि हम उस एक्टिविटी को बेटर कर सके, तो वो स्पेस हमारे लिए हैप्पी है, बेटर है. एंड आई एम श्योर पुटिंग वास्तु एंड द मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड्स लर्निंग ऑफ गुड स्पेसेस, हम कई बार बाहर जाते हैं, विदेश जाते हैं और हम बोलते हैं कि वहाँ का इंटीरियर इतना बढ़िया था कि वहाँ बैठ के बहुत अच्छा लगा. Maybe it's just not about the material, maybe it's the light, maybe it's the ergonomics, and also maybe it's the placement, the way they have designed the space. Maybe it's a combination of everything. And when we will put Vastu to that, maybe we will get one of the best spaces in the world. So putting those thoughts on the table, I think I shouldn't take more time, and I'll request Gupta ji to proceed with the whole discussion going forward. Thank you so much for everybody for being here.
Namaskar. Thank you, Saket ji, for your wonderful address. आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि हम जहाँ खाते हैं वहाँ हमें भूख लगती है या नहीं लगती है, जहाँ हम दोस्तों के साथ मिलते हैं वहाँ पे हमें हंसी आती है या नहीं आती है, जहाँ पे हम लोग काम करते हैं वहाँ पे एनवायरनमेंट वर्क कैसा है, वर्कर्स खुश हैं या नहीं है, और जहाँ हमारी फैक्ट्रीज है वहाँ प्रॉस्पेरिटी है या नहीं है. बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, इसके पीछे कुछ ना कुछ अवश्य एक साइंटिफिक लॉजिक है, और उसी लॉजिक पे हम बात करेंगे. आज हमारे जो कीनोट स्पीकर हैं, आर्किटेक्ट मयंक बरजातिया, who is an energy architect, a building biologist, and is a founder director of Vastu World. He holds a bachelor's degree in architecture from Pune University in 1985, and after he did his master's in ecology and environment from New Delhi in 2004. He has done a certificate course from Paris in bioenergetics, and thereafter he has been practicing and propagating with full passion this science of building biology, and has helped many industries, households. I think he would be mentioning them and referring them in his detailed presentation. And he says that, yes, with this, you can convert bland spaces, bland buildings into spaces with soul and vibrancy. So now I will not take much time and straightway request our keynote speaker of today's webinar, Architect Mayank Barjatia, to kindly dwell light on this important subject. It is all yours, Mayank ji.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. Thank you, Daferia ji, Dalmia ji. And I am very happy today that we are having an IAS officer, Mr. Arora, Commissioner, who is going to be sharing his thought as well. And we are really privileged to have a government official joining us who holds a very strong post in Jaipur with respect to housing and giving living spaces to people. I will directly start my presentation by sharing the screen, and then we will continue along with what exactly is happening with the process of understanding building biology. Now, when we talk about building biology, we are talking about something which is unique, which is very important for all of us, because building is building and biology is us. So we are part of this whole process, and we are in general indoor generation. This generation where we are living these days, that we are trying to work, sitting at home, work from home. There are so many things which has come into picture now because of certain issues all around us. We call ourselves as indoor generation. And indoor generation is something where we spend 90% of our time indoors. What we breathe indoors is on average 2 to 5 times more toxic than what is outside. Irrespective that outside there is pollution, irrespective there is outside there are things are getting burned and vehicles are giving methane, still we are not breathing the same vibrance of energy which is outdoors. And this is where the whole process goes into dilemma, and this is what I'm trying to tell you today. Health is no longer simply a question of access to medical treatment, but is determined by a range of factors related to the quality of our built spaces. Built environment. And what is this built environment? Built environment is one of the most foremost is our home where we live. But today, as we are talking about business and prosperity in the financial arena, and growing our businesses and work environment, I would like to concentrate more on shops, offices, showrooms, industries, and warehouses. Because end of the day, we are living into these spaces. We are breathing, we are staying not 90%, but at least 50 to 60% of our time in our offices and shops and industries. And in this whole process, we are forgetting most important aspect, which is electrical pollution. Now, this electrical pollution is one of the major component of understanding how buildings are not actually making us happy. And I am trying to give you the detailed understanding of how these small things around us in a part of building is troubling us. We have become chemical sensitive. Sensitivity has grown to 18% of population, because everything which is emitted outside the body, we are absorbing it. And we are absorbing because we are living indoors. We are not letting the air circulate. We are not letting the energy circulate. So today I'm going to be demonstrating you in these few first slides, what are the issues we are having, how technically strong, gadgetry strong, automations, everything is troubling us. We have long-term health effects, we have short-term health effects, we have behavioral disorders, even the most strongest cancers and mutated cell fragmented DNA, they are all based on certain aspects which is outside our body. What I have studied in building biology and later in different medicine congresses, that 76% of the problem happening inside the body is from outside the body. And what is outside the body? Outside the body is your environment, your vastu, your home, your offices. And what is happening? We are in general trying to create this vibrance around us, thinking that we are technologically becoming very strong. We are using technology for our utmost benefit. But end of the day, we are not thinking about our own self. We are trying to create comfort, and this comfort is on what cost? This is what we are now trying to understand. And then toxicity build up in the body that stays unchecked and misdiagnosed. This is one of the biggest issues. electromagnetic vibration, building biology defect happening inside the body. Doctor is not educated for that. MBBS, MD, and topmost surgeons and physicians from all over the world I have discussed, they say we have not been exposed to this understanding that there is something outside the body who's troubling it. They think about genes, they think about genetics, they think about hereditary, they think about DNA, but they are very lessly educated, the information has not reached. And that's why most of the patients who are chronic these days, most of the patients who don't know what to, and doctors don't know how to help them. They say, we are sorry, please take the patient home. We don't know what to do. Unchecked and misdiagnosed. Building biology is one of the subject which if doctors, which is medicine professional learns or incorporate building biology in their observation and in their intervention in the medicine, then there are a lot of diseases which can be diagnosed and corrected, because what building biologists know, doctor doesn't know. And then all of a sudden through different technological system, we are getting exposed to all these scanning things. Everything is scanning on the pretext of pandemic or pretext of viruses happening. Everybody wants you to scan. These days they are scanning on the hand, but initially they used to scan your temperature on the head. Can you believe it? They are just torturing you because they want to make sure that you are 100% like a machine. You don't have a soul. And that's what is happening all over the world. And after all these things, we go and buy homes. We go and buy homes which are so proximate to high tension lines. We are buying homes which are hazardous, which have high tension lines, which are having mobile towers around you. We are not trying to understand where exactly the whole process of designing and architecturally creating spaces have reached. And this particular approach of building biology is what is required to create amazing spaces, which used to be our initial system thousands of years back. And then something which we call dirty electricity. Not a lot of people have known this. An electrical field can be present even when electrical current is not flowing. Your switch is off. Your mobile tower, your mobile phone is next to you. You are sleeping. You think you have switched off the mobile charger, but no. If the plug is inserted, there is the electricity flowing and it is troubling your brain. And then you are into that electrical cage. Whole night you are sleeping with that electromagnetic radiation because you are not 2 feet away. Your charger is almost your hands away because you need to switch off and switch on. These are unseen, unknown electro pollution all around us, which is killing us. We need to understand this is the solution which building biology needs. And then it goes to our system where we are now trying to create a technological strong schools and colleges and spaces where children are going to be exposed. Children are actually exposed to iPads and all technologies. They are again becoming more indoors. And then through your pockets, through your sleeping habits and through your living, it is going into your DNA, and generations are getting corrupted, electrocuted. Electric and magnetic, which Wolfgang's subject is, he'll be talking to you in later stage. But what I'm trying to say is, as an architect, I have seen people, architects, architecture colleges, architecture institutes, development authorities, corporations, municipal corporations, a lot of government agencies are not even exposed that these electrical conduits, electrical Wi-Fi system, making whole city Wi-Fi, creating hotspots everywhere. Where are we going? And what is going to happen to the body? And then the new generation of new era of disease is now reaching us. It has almost reached 5G. And what is 5G? 5G is a disaster. 5G is the process where you are now going to be killing yourself knowingly. You don't understand. We don't understand. On the left side, there are a list of problems which I have noted down. And this has been told by scientists in 2015. Nobody is hearing. Nobody wants to go to that level of understanding. And building biology is ultimately a process where we can work on this and safeguard. Because who are the responsible people? And of that responsibility is whom? The design, the faulty design process itself is the responsible. And when we are trying to understand electromagnetic radiations, in the same process, we are also trying to see that architects and developers are creating amplification of these radiations by letting water come in, by having a faulty design. Water, moisture, and again, different gases are increasing this electromagnetic vibrations and choking our throats, creating asthma. Everybody is snoring these days. You tell me, I have met, I am of 40 to 50 age group, and I have met all of my friends, everybody snores. Why you need to snore? Why you're snoring? You don't know. Because you have a false ceiling above you. Have you ever seen inside your false ceiling in your offices and in your homes what is happening? There is a whole micro world within 2 and 2.5 feet or 1 feet of your ceiling, actual RCC ceiling and the false ceiling. Rodents, insects, termites, dust, everybody is living inside, and then you're breathing when you're sleeping. So architects and builders need to take this responsibility. See under your carpets what is there. Try to see the corners in the house which has been cladded. Now, not to say, but Dalmia ji, most of your stones which people take for cladding, have they created a right surface? Is there a direct adhesive which is creating no holes and no pockets of creating microorganism? No. So this is where the whole process comes into, and building biologists can note this. We have tools, we have machines, we have instruments to measure this without breaking your false ceiling, without breaking your paint, without removing or tearing your carpet. We can access it that there are molds and fungus below it, and it is creating asthma, it is creating breathlessness. People are actually choking and dying. And this is what happens when you don't take the responsibility. And visible and invisible creatures can cause air quality problem in our home. Interior designers' incapability to assess mold, fungus, bacteria, rats, rodents, termites. Every household has this. And this is what a building biologist has to do. This is what the job of a building biologist, to understand this. I'm not saying run away from the technology and live in a village and a jungle. Live in the city, live in your township, live in your best of your environment, but take care of this, balance these issues and try to help your own self. And then another very important aspect which I want to expose you all to before I go to the processes of what we do is geopathy and health. Now, a lot of Vastu consultants, Vastu Pandits, Vastu experts who have PhDs and doctorate and blah, blah, blah and awards from all over the world on Vastu, they seldom know about geopathic stress, what is happening under the earth. They don't have machines. We have a earth magnetometer, a geomagnetometer, which is a part of building biology study. And we identify these negativities till 300 meters below you. There is a tectonic movement happening. There are grid lines, there are negative lines. Like the way we have lines in our hand, earth also has different lines. And if you're sleeping on a negative grid lines, it is not going to let you live. And that's why our forefathers have created monuments on spaces which are no geopathic stresses. And that's why we stopped walking barefoot, because we have found geopathic stresses everywhere. Earth is not a right place to walk bare now. As soon as a child is born, a mother is going to put a chappal under his or her feet. They don't want anybody to walk barefoot. Why? Because they have seen that he and she will become ill because of geopathic stresses. Now we have a solutions for this. Building biologists will understand this and then find out how these things are troubling and how exactly we need to take care of it. And again, the next process is sick building syndrome. End of the day, all these things come together. Electromagnetic radiation, high frequency, low frequency, molds, fungus, geopathic stress, and the body is single. You are fighting. You are sitting and taking care of all these intangible vibrations which we cannot see. You cannot see a negative electromagnetic radiation troubling you. You cannot see your mobile phones, dirty electricity creating a problem in your neurons and brain. These are unseen things, but they are creating health hazards. Doctors have to identify this. Then common symptoms are chronic fatigue, chronic disorders, low immunity, infertility, nervousness, sleeping disorders, asthma and allergy, lack of concentration, and the biggest issue is the cancer. We have found out with Wolfgang and a lot of other people in our institute. We have more than 200 students who are associated with, and we have taught more than 2,000 students since last 20 years of teaching that if you find a cancer in one house, try to see if there is a cancer nearby. These are morphogenic fields. These are morphogenic energies. Hospitals have to be taken care of. A cancer death in a particular hospital, in that particular room, a next patient coming in will also have a high chances of catching that cancer which the walls of the hospital or that room has absorbed. What you do, you take the dead body away, clean it, put some room freshener, put some fungal treatment, or clean the whole, open the windows, and that's it. No, the walls absorb the morphogenic field. The cancerous cells are there. You have seen cancer as a hereditary. In the house, if somebody has a cancer, there is a possibility the next generation or the generation before had cancers. So try to understand. And this is what we are trying to teach architects and developers and builders, because building biology is a subject which not only talks about health of the building in general, but also talks about people living inside the building. So what is more important? Are you going to make your cement, concrete, and brick happy? No. You don't want people to be unhappy inside us. And to make people happy, you need to work on something else which is not seen. You put best of the cement, best of the building material, best of the marble and granite, Italian and XYZ. You spend millions of rupees in your homes. But you don't spend a single penny in trying to understand how and where these problems are coming from and how you need to take care of it. Modern offices harbor many toxic chemicals, trap enormous amounts of dust, foster rampant mold in the walls, and house electrical wiring everywhere. And this is what is happening. Efficiency of people are decreasing. You are paying your staff for 8 hours every day. They are performing only for 4 to 5 hours. 3 hours, they are fighting with their own problems, their own indeficiency. They are sleeping, they are dozing off. Every hour is important, because these days in a organization, we have worked for an organization in Bangalore. I just want to give you an example. There were 5,000 people working there. And that organization is an amazing multi-million software company. And they say that I am paying all my employees every hour. But there are a lot of employees. Out of 5,000, more than 3,000 employees are paid salary according to their schedule of days. That means 8 hours of working. Now, when I told them that out of these 3,000, how do you analyze that these people you are paying a big amount of money are working 8 hours or giving you efficiently working? They say, no, we know that there will be a difference of couple of hours. So we consider that 6 hours is good enough. I said, let's do one thing. Let's do an experiment. We will install all remedies. I will guide your office space to be, the nature has to come in, and then building biology systems have to be employed. And I will give you 1.5 hours of extra work every month or every day. And you calculate after 3 months. And they did it. And they have found out that the efficiency of people has not only increased in the office, efficiency of people have increased after they could go from office to their homes. Their wives and their husbands are happy now, because they don't bring the load, they don't bring the headache from this electrical and toxic chemical or trapped dust from the office to home. And that is where building biology role is. And that is where we need to work on it. And what is the right way? How do you do it? How do you exactly work on this? So what is building biology? Now I'm coming to the core subject. I'm trying to tell you what building biology is. So building is the structure. Biology is the human body. Biology is life. Biology is prana. And this is the way building biology has been defined. Building and biology. And building biology in Germany. It has been invented, it has been thought about in Germany from a very known professor, Dr. Anton Snyder. And after Second World War, it has become a very strong system, because people wanted to measure things below earth, because everybody was buried around Germany and they wanted to make new homes. So this is the process of building biology in Germany. And building biology is evolution and control of health hazard related to working efficiency in the built environment. I have already talked about it. Providing strategies to address exposure and or source control the abatement. So we create systems. Building biology has given you systems. There are 25 principles of building biology. We'll be talking about it. Now, the building biology system, which has been there in Germany, has also been there in India in terms of Vastu Shilpa Shastra. And this is somewhere around 6,000 to 2000 BC, maybe 1,000, 2,000 years back. We have already understood this subject in different way. And we have been working on this in a different philosophies of taking care of health through the spiritual intent, because spirituality has been the core of our science. So our spiritual, our religious is science, and science is religion. And that's why people were talking about religions metaphor to explain science to layman. And as a Vedic understanding, building biology is Vastu Shastra. How Vastu is the object. Vastu is the human body and Vastu is the space. When a Vastu is put on the space or a earth or a building, it becomes Vastu. So Vastu, object and space, creates a Vastu, and that Vastu is building biology. I have written it here. If you guys are reading it, you can. But anyway, we'll be recording and sharing the slides later on if required. So Vastu Shilpa Shastra is building biology. And how I have conceived it. With German intervention from learning from Wolfgang, I have come to the whole process of understanding building biology is Vastu Shilpa Shastra with prana, with life, with energies of environment and human body. And that is where we come into picture. Building biology is living architecture. This system has created buildings that fit the code, but it has reduced the quality of living environment and led to a serious health risk. Architecture and building codes have to be modified. You have to put building biology, spiritual energies of the space and body into the building code. Government organizations, corporations, people who are doing work on Niti Aayog or town planning aspects, who are the decision makers, should note this, that building biology and Vastu Shilpa Shastra should become a very integrated subject, and that's why it should be part of the design. Design has to be alive. There has to be, we don't want soulless building, we want building with souls. And if you have a building with soul and you're working in that kind of project and that kind of office and you're trying to earn money and do business, you will see that you will excel. You will definitely be much better than others. There are 25 principles of building biology. We have already discussed about it. I think we are running out of time. So let me go in a different way. I'm not going to be telling you everything about what are these principles, but these principles have been studied, stipulated, designed, thought about by Germans and different international people since last 60, 70 years. And it has a very strong authentication, as authentic as Vastu Shilpa Shastra, which is more than 1,000-year-old. So building biology and Vastu Shilpa Shastra are authentic texts. They are the souls, or they are the systems which create souls in our spaces. So building biology is study of how building affect the environment and our lives, especially on our health and well-being. Building biology is the next generation of green buildings. We take talk about platinum green, US LEED or American LEED certified buildings. We are not talking about buildings which has souls. We are talking about buildings who are sustainable. What is sustainability has to do? I am living in this generation. Why do you want to kill me to save my next generation? This is what we need to learn and understand. Healthy building is the next generation of green buildings. Again, I've already discussed about it. These are for architects and people who are actually looking at what exactly has happened in this subject. And this is what this chart talks about. So what does the building biology do? Biologists do. It improves the business acumen, staff efficiency, sales and marketing, mental peace and creativity. It helps you take right decision. Relationship among staff, magnetism, bringing in more customers. Working, and it solves issues like working stress, removing of old negative vibration, historical burdens, old vibrations, properties not getting developed, stuck in between. We have done a lot of projects, with Wolfgang also, where projects have been stopped. Years and years of thoughts and money has been put in, but it's not working. Why? Because there is an energy disintegration. There is incompatibility between the human and the space energies. NGOs, private, public and government projects not taking off in spite of very good initiation. Why? There is something missing. Multiple factories whose owners sit in their cities are not performing. Staff dependency issue. And then chakra, prana, life energy has to be put in to solve this. So this is what building biologists do. In a nutshell, he is a whole soul energy provider to you. And he is the most important person. He saves your medical bills. He saves you going to a hospital and getting tortured. He saves you not dying. And then comes the whole process. So when we need a problem, when we have a problem in our house and you are falling ill, you are sick, you have a fever, who do you call? You call a doctor. When you have a toothache, who do you call? A dentist. When you need a haircut, where do you go? You go to a hairdresser. But then why your house and office is having suffering and you don't know where to go? Appoint a right building biologist, appoint a right person at a right space and kill the bird same time, because it is going to grow. Every day you are processing the information, not solving it, you are growing it. And that is what we do. And this is what I have started with Wolfgang. This is a picture where we have been, I've been working with him in Germany, and there is a news article which has been published in German newspaper. And this is what we do. We have international collaborations with different organizations, Building Biology Institute Santa Fe, New Zealand. Then we talk about, I'm a faculty in New York University, London, which is a part of an institute in Bali as well. So we are trying to do this, and we are trying to give you certification. We give you certified spaces which are authentically building biologist approved. And how do you do that? And what do we do? So we don't disalign the human body from the whole process. What we do is we bring in the picture, we bring a human as a picture. So a lot of Vastu people come to me and tell me, a lot of clients, my clients call me and say, when are you coming to visit my house? I say, no, I don't need to visit your house. I need to visit you first, because your body is going to tell me everything about your house. Your energetic body is the reflection of your house. So if I meet you, I measure the energies with my Laker antenna and devices. I know exactly what is happening in your house without actually visiting your house. Your house can be next door or thousands of kilometers away. Or if I go to anybody's house and measure the energy of the house without knowing the owner of the house, I can definitely tell a person living in this house will have these kind of qualities or problems, because there is a direct reflection. Your etheric body, your extension is your home where you're sleeping, is your extension, is your office where you're working. So you're characterizing your own self by showing the world how strong and how weak your homes and offices are. And that is what a building biology do. So we analyze all the building material in your home for their impact on human health, indoor air quality and electroclimate. Vastu World brings you healthy office system. We have designed with our partners from Germany, France, different part of the world, that each layer of your working space affects each layer of your body, and healthy office system is a must if you're looking at something which is very strong, as strong as creating more efficient people. The way we build our office and industry, the type of building material we use have a profound impact on our quality of working efficiency. And Vastu World aims to enhance your life by creating spaces and resonate with positivity and enable good health and well-being. And this is what we are trying to do. Okay, so this is the basis of what I wanted to tell you about building biology. Now I'm going to be showing you something what I have done in last 20 years of my work. I have done a lot of research. We have researched, we have created a system where we got associated with express highway authorities of Mumbai, Pune, and try to find out the dead spots or negative spots where there are accidents happening. And it has been published in the newspapers, and we found out these 7 spots. And these 7 spots have been specifically found out in the whole track of around 160 kilometers of Bombay-Pune express highway. And we have identified these dead spots are actually creating dead. A person becomes blank when he comes to that geopathic stress zone. That's why they don't see anything and there is an accident happening. So these are some of the researches we have done, proving that building biology also can be helpful in public domain. Building biology, the science of understanding energies, can also help in public spaces, highways, and different areas where we need to take care of it. During Kedarnath destruction, I was appointed by the government on a particular NGO to do study why Kedarnath temple could not be destructive, could not be damaged due to, and how it could stand so strongly. Then we studied that it has been put on a strong geo-vibration.
Okay.
It is a geobiology inside it. Okay. Then we talked about solution for criminal minds. We have given.
Mayank ji, sorry to interrupt you. Our chief guest, Mr. Pawan Arora, has just now joined.
Oh, wonderful. Namaskar, Pawan ji. How are you, sir?
Namaste. I'm very sorry. At
No
the
issues.
outset, I'm very sorry because I was at Kota, and right now I'm all in Kota, and I was in Chambal River. I was visiting some sites, so I could not connect. There was very poor network.
Not an issue, sir. We have heard a lot about you, and you have been doing wonderful work in Jaipur.
Thank you so much.
Very close
Thank
to
you.
our heart. And I am a building biologist. My
Yeah.
colleague is also from Germany, and we are trying to incorporate systems so that you can give wonderful homes. Not only homes with good infrastructure and physical, but homes with a lot of energy and pran and life energy, and that is also very important aspect. And that's what I've been talking.
I was talking to Gupta ji. We can have a nice presentation at our headquarters sometime.
Absolutely, sir.
Whenever you are free. So we can arrange a training kind of thing, and we can call our all engineers, site engineers also.
Wonderful, sir. That will be amazing. I would love to do that.
Sure.
Great. So
yeah, please carry on.
Okay, sir. So this is one of the solutions which we have tried to use in building biology, urban crime. So in Pune, there were a lot of criminal activities happening those days. I'm talking 15 years back, where there were areas which has been identified by us that these areas have a strong geopathic stress which makes people mind criminal. You start thinking negative. Similarly, as I have talked to you, we created, we checked spaces which are geopathic stress zones. Similarly, we identified specific things and then gave a government of Maharashtra police and had a talk with the different authorities that these areas need to be taken care of, and then we need to install certain geopathic reversal which is going to take care of the problems in these spaces. We also did a project for Shivaji Chhatrapati Sports Complex during these games which happened in Pune, and we gave them this understanding that there are certain cross sections which has to be taken care of, T junction and cross section, and they have incorporated in their design, and a lot of good things have happened after that. We worked for industries, we worked for offices. This is one of the very big company called Suzlon. Suzlon is an organization which makes wind turbines all over the world. They have an industry in Germany. We have worked for their offices, and if you can see these red and blue lines, these are geopathic stress lines. These can only be measured by a building biologist, and if a building biologist can work on it, they can identify what is happening below us, Earth, and then it will help organizing the building, shifting the buildings couple of meters. In couple of meters, shifting the building, because anyway in designing we have 50% open space. So why don't you create an open space where there are negative vibration and create a positive buildings where there are no vibrations or positive vibrations. We worked for JP Cement plant in UP. They had a huge minery and they wanted to check the minery's vibration. We worked and we gave them solution in industries, and a lot of things happened. And it was one of my experience going to that particular part of the India, which I don't think anybody would have reached in a normal way. We worked for an organization called Greaves India Limited. Greaves India Limited also has a specific triangular plot. Vibrations have been cut off, and that's why they asked us to work on the geopathy and understand the Vastu and building biology aspect. We work on these parameters, which I have already told you, following the 25 principles, following the Vedic norms of Vastu Shilpa Shastra, and then integrate German and Indian science and come to a perfect solution, which gives healthy and harmonious space. Indophil Chemicals, a big organization. You can see different squares there, different zones we have created in this awkward shape of organization industry, because you don't get straight lines, you don't get rectangle, but when you get shapes, you need to create individual Vastu boundaries, energy boundaries, which again help people in working on. We work for Lupin. Lupin is an old organization, chemical industries, and they have offices all over the world. And we worked for their headquarters and office in MD Cabin, the whole area near Bombay. We have worked for IPL. IPL, everybody knows, big controversy. I have come to Jaipur Cricket Association. We have done a lot of work there during those days. This is one of the examples which I wanted to show it to you. Some of my projects, some of my clients, some of my things, I don't want to say blah, blah, blah about me, but just to relate, just to tell people that, yes, this science is working and people are from GMR to Greaves to Hindustan Motors to Tata Blue Scope Steels from Australia, and developers, Premium, Kalyani Steels, Kalyani Forging, a lot of people, Deepak Fertilizers, Jacinth, people have connected with us.
Would you please excuse me just
Yes.
for once, please?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention 2-3 things.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting, but
Not
I cannot be connected for a longer period. So I just want to say my thing. In fact, we would like to have an audit of our existing projects, as a housing board has a very big inventory of unsold houses.
Oh, yes, sir.
1 year back, we had around, say, 19,000 unsold houses.
Okay.
And so many buildings.
Mhm.
But in last 1 year, we are able to sell at almost 8,000 plus houses.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, but still there is a big inventory pending. So we would like to get the audit done by
Yes.
you.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, so that हमें पता लग जाएगा वहाँ पे अगर कोई इस तरह का कोई दिक्कत है तो उसको अपन कोई करेक्शन कर सकते हैं तो वो करेक्शन कर लेंगे.
Yes, sir.
And 2 more very prestigious projects we are taking up in near future. One is luxury apartments for the MLAs,
Okay.
members of Legislative Assembly.
Okay.
That's a very huge project of worth 250 crores. And
Mhm.
another is one residency, one 12-story apartments for the All India Service Officers.
Okay.
Around 180 apartments, 180 flats, I mean to say.
Yes, sir.
So these two are very prestigious projects for us. So before going for that, we would like to consult you.
Sure, sure.
Because whatever I am listening or is coming to my knowledge seems very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So we can coordinate through Mr. Gupta, and
Yes, sir.
sometime you can visit Jaipur, and
Yes, sir.
we can have a short meeting and then plan accordingly for the future.
Perfect, sir. So kind of you, sir. And we
Thank
are
you.
happy to
Thank
see
you
you.
so much.
I will organize, sir. I will organize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would beg your leave, please.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaskar.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
नमस्कार.
उनका पर्पस सर्व हो गया. उनको तो
हाँ,
यही
Mayank
थी.
ji, please.
So this is what is happening. So now the idea is, what I was trying to show you are the projects where we have worked upon and where people are interested in knowing more about the science and understanding about spaces. So there are showrooms, industries, malls, corporate offices, IT parks, and individual homes. See, wherever there are people and human body, it can be as small as a watchman cabin of 10 feet by 10 feet, or it can be as big as multi acre townships or people having palaces in their homes. We can work on, idea is to make human happy, make his energies aligned. As soon as you go to a negative vastu or a different or difficult building biology, negative building energy project, your chakra disaligned, you start feeling uncomfortable, and this is where the whole process of Vastu Shilpa Shastra has come into picture. We have tried to give, I have tried to be very vocal, try to teach through newspapers, try to give people understanding of this science, because as I have told you, there are a lot of myths and mythologies, there are a lot of uneducated pandits. People read 2 books during a train and railway journey, and as soon as they reach their home, they become a Vastu consultant. So it's not a simple science. A doctor requires 5 years to study the human body, which is same everywhere. And then he required 2 years of internship or 2 years of practice before he can start his clinic. Think about the house, the energies of a space. Huge. Every house is different. House below you and house above you have the same design, but they are different because human interventions are different. So as an architect, a building biologist has to experiment every day. There are no standards. There is no red book. Never follow a red book for Vastu Shastra or building biology, because it will change according to the energies, day, sun, moon, climate, people. Okay, so this is what we try to see. We have been covered in different TV channels. There is a TV channel which is used to come in Star One, Mano Yana Mano. They have done few documentaries on my work, long time, where we have done certain extraordinary things which people couldn't relate to. And there is something happening in Z News also. You can go to YouTube and watch these videos or these small documentaries where they have explained the science in different ways. So at the end, what I want to tell you is sanitize energies of your office. Today, do it today, because it's a health hazard. Office health audit require, as Mr. Pawan said, that you need to do the audit. We need to actually audit each and every one's homes and office. And why don't you do it yourself? It's not a very technical subject. You can take a couple of workshops from us, visit our website, learn yourself, and then take care of your own homes and offices. And if it requires, we can teach you. But understand, expose yourself, open your eyes, don't be blind, don't close your eyes and say. A lot of people say, I don't believe in Vastu. I say, don't believe it. Vastu will not be in trouble. And I give the chronology. You go outside and it is raining. You say, I don't believe in rains. Don't believe. You will get drenched. You will have cold and cough. You need an umbrella, because this is part of nature. Your body is absorbing it. You cannot run away. You close your eyes thinking the house is not in fire, but it is in fire. One day you will feel the heat. So don't worry. Don't be illiterate about it. Literate, learn this system, understand it. And as an architect, engineer, developer, construction people, or as a layman, learn this science. We have very small courses of couple of hours to 1 month, and do it for your own self. It's a very simple process. These are our courses. vastuworldlearning.com is our online platform. We have 48 courses for a couple of hours. We have a lot of free videos which you can go and see yourself what I'm talking now, with documentation and things. Learn yourself. Learning is never incomplete, and learn this science sitting at home. It's so simple these days because of technology. So overall, if we let the climate and environmental bliss enter our working space, the nature itself will help us improve our efficiency. Building biology is the key element which let nature manifest its consciousness through we as human. And this is the base of what I have been talking about. And this is what I want to convey to you. We are trying to change the new, how people think about buildings. So this is the change which I am expecting from you after listening to me. Thank you. And I would now request Wolfgang to throw some light on the processes of what we have discussed. He has certain specific points to discuss and talk. Welcome, Wolfgang. Wolfgang is my teacher, and I have been associated with him since last 20 years, and he is my German family. So, yeah, over to you, Wolfgang.
Yes. Hello to all again. Mayak said I'm his teacher, but he was also my teacher in Vastu Shastra. So what I wanted to tell you, I want to pick out two subjects of building biology. Mayank has already told a lot about building biology. The main principle of building biology is nature. So if we have any questions to ask about building biology, we also ask what is in nature, what is similar in nature. So what is not in nature is digitally pulsed microwaves, electromagnetic radiation, which has come up in the technology since I think about it is about 100 years ago. So this is not mentioned in the Vastu Shastra scriptures because it was not existing that time. So that's main reason why Mayank contacted us, because he said there is nothing written there, but we have radiation and we need knowledge about it. We need measurements. We need what to do to know what to do if there is high radiation in the homes. So we got in contact together. So digitally pulsed microwaves have, you may know about microwaves. Microwave ovens make heat. They can heat your food, but they have also other effects. They have non-thermal effects on the body energies. I'm also a Reiki practitioner, and I know about the body energies. And this radiation converts the spins of the chakras. They have natural spin in a certain direction, and the radiation converts these spins. And this has an effect on health, because energies cannot flow as they should, and they have they utter in certain symptoms. So the microwaves are they cause certain what I said, symptoms. So, for example, permanent or frequent headaches, weak immune system, which makes prone to disease, low energy, life energy. This has also to do with a weak immune system. Permanent fatigue, restlessness, concentration problems, dysfunction of heart rhythm. I have experienced it myself. I once tested a wireless camera system. There was a camera outside in another room, and on my desk here, there was a monitor. And what I did not know, they are communicating with each other. So I had a transmitter nearby, and in the night, I had problems with my heart rhythm, and I was in a hospital for 2 days. After that, it disappeared, and I thought about what was it? What was the reason for that? And I found out it was this monitor standing on my desk. So I had an own experience about this. And creativeness. You may imagine what this means for working staff working in an office, and creativeness. The social problems between colleagues, workplace bullying. These are all things which can happen in a working environment. Virus radiation is used for telecommunication with cell phones, mobile phones, and mobile towers. So I'm living what I preach. In my home, there is no cell phone, there is no Wi-Fi. I have done a lot of corrections in my home, also Vastu corrections, and still there is coming radiation from outside. I can demonstrate it with my receiver. This is coming from outside, from a mobile tower, which is about 2 kilometers from here. It is still, I can still hear it in my receiver, and it has still an effect on health. So because I know that, I have shielded my home, mainly my sleeping place. But if you are on a working place and you have much more radiation caused by Wi-Fi routers and repeaters, cordless phones, the new coming up 5G communication technology. The 5G technology has very high microwave frequencies. The higher the frequencies are, the lower the reach with the same transmitting power. So what they do many transmitters. They install them in the cities, maybe on the lanterns, on the houses, very close together. And these transmitters radiate into the houses, and people who are staying for a longer time there, they get problems with their health. And also the other things what I have told about concentration problems and all these things. So this is one point I wanted to point out. And the other point is artificial light in working areas, with less or no natural sunlight. I told about that nature is main principle of biology. And there are problems due to low brightness, which causes low concentration, fatigue, risk of accidents, poor manual work. Fluorescent lights, which are still common, and energy-saving lamps, they are emitting high electrical AC fields. And these are still causing headaches, weak immune system, and poor concentration. And with those fluorescent lights, they cause flickering. You can't see it with your eyes because your eyes are too slow, but your system still receives this flickering and also the dirty electricity which is modulated on the light. And this flickering causes nervousness, restlessness, and headaches again. And there is a color spectrum of the light. The common bluish or yellowish white light, they can cause bad mood, poor eyesight, low concentration, depressions, bad color recognition. And the new LED lights, which are still coming up now, if they are not in that way which building biology just think, the new lights, they emit a bluish light, and the white, it is still white, but it is more bluish, and there is a lot of colors of the white light of the sunlight is missing. And that's why we recommend full spectrum, non-flickering LED daylight lamps with white light, which is similar to sunlight and which also contains the 7 colors of the rainbow. So these are the 2 points which I wanted to point out. There are many, many other points of building biology which Mayank already mentioned, but it would be take too long time to explain all these.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Wolfgang. It's always wonderful to hear from you. And Wolfgang talks physics, and he talks very straight. So just to sum up what he said is that we need to take care of the electrical lightings which we are having in our offices, white and yellow light. We need a full spectrum light, which is also creating a stress on your eyes when you are working, and that is also part of building biology. And also he talked about the pulsating effect of radiations which are happening from Wi-Fi and our monitors and our laptops and our phones, which are not part of the nature. And just to sum up, Wolfgang, I have explained them. So wonderful. So this is what we have in with you to Rakesh ji. I'll hand it over to you, the platform, and then if you have any question answers, we are welcome to answer.
Thank you, Baik ji. Thanks, Mr. Pregan, for your wonderful insight into this interesting subject, yet very important for humanity, I would say. I would request Dhavaria ji, are you there? If any question to be asked from our eminent speakers, Sunil ji?
Yes, I have one question, Mr. Mayank.
Yes, sir.
How it is different from the Indian Vastu culture followed from 30 years कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में या साउथ वेस्ट में अगर आपका जो बिल्डिंग बायोलॉजी है उसका एडवांसमेंट फीचर है या उसको कुछ आपने और साइंटिफिकली इंप्रूव किया है ये?
See, northeast and southwest direction is only 5%. There are more 90%, 5% in Vastu. Building biology is the scientific understanding of same Vastu we are talking about. Now, instead of depending upon our own psyche and our thinking about is it a good or bad space, building biology and Germans have invented instruments. So we have instruments to measure these vibrations, which our forefather used to see. तो पहले हम देख के बता देते थे कि ये घर अच्छा है या बुरा है. आज हमको वो इंट्यूट है नहीं, वो हमारे पास मेडिटेटिव पावर है नहीं. तो हम क्या करते हैं, नॉर्थ साउथ ईस्ट वेस्ट कंपास से लेके बोलते हैं कि तुम्हारे यहाँ टॉयलेट है, यहाँ पे ये है, और वास्तु। ये सिर्फ 5% है। 95% बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो मैंने इस लेक्चर में डिस्कस की और आपको बताई, वो सब फॉलो करेंगे तो 100% सोल्यूशन होगा। सर दुखता है और वास्तु कंसल्टेंट अगर पैर में प्लास्टर बांध देगा तो क्या होगा, क्योंकि उसको मालूम ही नहीं क्या हो रहा है। उसको डॉक्टर विदाउट अ स्टेथोस्कोप डोंट नो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग। नाड़ी अगर नहीं पकड़ोगे तो पता कैसे पड़ेगा। और वास्तु कंसल्टेंट को नाड़ी पकड़ना नहीं आता है, उसके पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं है। तो ये डिफरेंस है, बाकी सब कुछ सेम है, शरीर वही है, हम भी वहां से मुंह से खाना खाते हैं और सेम प्रोसेस होता है। सनलाइट ईस्ट वेस्ट नॉर्थ साउथ, जैसे वुल्फगैंग सर ने कहा कि इट इज पार्ट ऑफ द नेचर, यू रिस्पेक्ट नेचर, एनीथिंग अगेंस्ट नेचर इज नॉन वास्तु, सिंपल। ओके
मैम जी, जैसे मानो हमारा घर बना हुआ है, घर ऑफिस में कमांड बना हुआ है, और उसमें कुछ मानो नेगेटिव एनर्जी या कोई आप चीज करेक्शन, तो क्या करेक्शन की तोड़फोड़ करनी पड़ेगी?
नो नो, डिस्ट्रक्शन इज ऑलवेज नेगेटिव, नेवर ब्रेक अ सिंगल ब्रिक फॉर वास्तु रीजंस। बिल्डिंग बायोलॉजी सेज अमेंडमेंट। आपका सर दुखता है, आप ऑपरेशन के लिए नहीं जाते हैं, गोली खा लेते हैं, प्रोसीन, कैनासिन, तो दवाइयां हैं। जर्मन एंड फ्रेंच सिस्टम ने बिल्डिंग बायोलॉजी की और वास्तुशिल्प शास्त्र के लिए बायो रेजोनेंस रेमेडीज बना दी हैं। जैसे वुल्फगैंग ने बताया कि उनको वो माइक्रोवेव टावर का आवाज तो आ रहा था, बट उन्होंने घर को शील्ड कर दिया, ये शील्डेड इज हाउस। सो हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हमारी वास्तु को बाहर की नेगेटिव वाइब्रेशन से बचा सकते हैं, और ये टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो गई है, ये बायो रेजोनेंस रेमेडीज अवेलेबल हैं, और यही मैं प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ लास्ट 20 साल से। सो देयर इज अ सॉल्यूशन। तोड़ फोड़ बिल्कुल मत करिए वास्तु के लिए, क्योंकि यू आर क्रिएटिंग मोर डिस्ट्रक्शन। डिस्ट्रक्शन इज ऑलवेज नेगेटिव। या तो पहले दिन से वास्तु से बनाए या दवाइयां लें।
अच्छा, दोस्तों में साउंड रिलेशनशिप डेवलपमेंट करने का सोल्यूशन है सर इसमें? हमारे दोस्तों बहुत जल्दी नाराज है, मान लो कोई सोल्यूशन है सर? बिकॉज़ आई एम प्लेइंग इनटू स्टॉक मार्केट।
नो यू आर राइट। स्टॉक मार्केट से रिलेशनशिप, आपकी चक्रा अगर अलाइंड रहेंगे तो आपका राइट डिसीजन होगा, आपकी ऑरा अच्छी होगी, आपकी इथरिक बॉडी अच्छी होगी, और लोग आपको मिलना पसंद करेंगे, बात करना पसंद करेंगे। तो सबसे पहले इनर इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना है, अंदर झांकना है, हमें अपने आप को ठीक करना है। दुनिया बहुत अच्छी है, प्रॉब्लम हम में है। So we need to take care of
आएंगे तो मैं चाहूंगा मेरा ऑफिस विजिट करें।
जरूर सर,
बिल्कुल आएंगे।
निमंत्रण मेरा
यस,
आए तो विजिट करें सर।
थैंक यू सुनील जी। ढाबरिया जी, मयंक जी ढाबरिया जी जो हमारे चेयरमैन हैं, बहुत बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं, और इनकी फैक्ट्री में ये कई couple of 100 वर्कर्स वर्क।
ओह वंडरफुल।
लोकेशनल फैक्ट्रीज। तो ढाबरिया जी, आपके कुछ, डू यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस और क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम मिस्टर बजाती?
मयंक जी, एक सिंपल चीज है आज की तारीख में, जैसे अभी ई इनवॉइसिंग वगैरह गवर्नमेंट ने भी कर दिया है, तो हमें तो 24 आवर्स वही इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमारे चारों तरफ रहते हैं, हम वर्किंग करते हैं, घर में भी हमारे वाईफाई, और इसके बिना आज की तारीख में काम नहीं चल सकता। मोबाइल हम 24 आवर्स हमारे साथ लेके घूमते हैं, तो वाइब्रेशंस और इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक फील्ड तो हमारे चारों तरफ रहता ही है। तो उसके जो बैड इफेक्ट है उसको एक जनरल आदमी, क्योंकि हर जगह तो अगर हमें जयपुर में बैठे हैं तो एवरी टाइम तो हमें मयंक बढ़ जाते जी अवेलेबल नहीं है, और हम आपकी एक्सपर्टाइज को कैसे यूज करें। तो हमें कुछ ऐसे छोटे सॉल्यूशंस भी यहाँ पर अवेलेबल हों, और ऐसे एक्सपर्ट जो कि जयपुर में हैं, जो कि आम आदमी के लिए अप्रोच किए जा सकते हैं, हर आदमी जा सके, तो ऐसा कुछ सॉल्यूशन हमें बताएं, ताकि हम मानते हैं कि आपकी बात सही है, वास्तु के साथ जाना चाहिए, नेचर के साथ जाना चाहिए, रेस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं करना, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बताई, उससे काफी मतलब स्ट्रेंथ आगे की, यार नहीं ये डरावना ही नहीं है।
नहीं तोड़फोड़ मत करिए, हर चीज का सॉल्यूशन है। और जैसा आपने कहा कि इफ यू वांट टू सेफगार्ड योरसेल्फ फ्रॉम दीज रेडिएशन, यू नीड टू मेक योरसेल्फ स्ट्रांग। हमारे चक्रास को शील्ड करने के लिए बायो एनर्जी, जैसा गुप्ता जी ने कहा, मैंने 2 साल पेरिस में बायो एनर्जी की पढ़ाई की। बीइंग एन आर्किटेक्ट, मेरे को शरीर के बारे में सिखाया नहीं गया आर्किटेक्चर कॉलेज में। हम बनाते घर है शरीर के लिए, और शरीर के बारे में हार्ट की तरह, लंग्स की तरह बताया नहीं। तो उसके लिए मैंने फ्रांस में पढ़ाई की, एंड दैट स्टडी हैज टोल्ड अस दैट वी नीड टू बिकम स्ट्रांग आवरसेल्व्स। सो वी हैव बायोरेजोनेंस शील्डिंग थिंग्स। आप वाईफाई यूज करिए, मोबाइल यूज करिए, इंटरनेट यूज करिए, बट अपने आप को इतना स्ट्रांग बनाइए कि दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी अफेक्टिंग यू। ओके, सो वी हैव लॉट ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस व्हिच आर ऑफ द टेबल। आपकी टेबल पे रख लें। अब जैसे मेरी टेबल पे रखा हुआ है, हमने एक फ्लूइड है, ये फ्लूइड है, ये एक्मोस पेरिस का फ्लूइड है, इट्स कॉल्ड एक्मोग्राफ्स, एक्मोसॉ। आई कीप इट, सो आई शील्ड माई सेल्फ, आई मेक माई सेल्फ स्ट्रांग। मेरे आसपास भी कंप्यूटर्स हैं, शील्डिंग, वाईफाई है, मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो वाईफाई है ही, बट मैंने अपने आप को शील्ड करके मजबूत करा है, बैलेंस करा है. तो मैं एक तरफ से पॉजिटिविटी नेगेटिविटी लेता हूं, बट एक तरफ से पॉजिटिविटी भी ले लेता हूं ताकि वो बैलेंस हो जाए. सो दिस इज पॉसिबल एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी आर डूइंग एंड इट्स नॉट डिफिकल्ट. बहुत सिंपल प्रोसेस है सर.
मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है आपसे. मेरे कई क्वेश्चन थे जो सुनील जी ने और ढाबरिया जी ने पूछ लिए कि डिस्ट्रक्टिव इंटरवेंशन है या इज इट यू नो in the modern world we cannot do away with the new technologies and the connectivity, and especially when the artificial intelligence is coming, I think we will be having more such 5G or 7Gs or 10Gs. So you rightly said this, but मेरा एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है कि corrections once made, but we are living in a dynamic situation. Suppose on the shop floor, Dhabaria ji is replacing one machine with other machine, adding few more machines, adding more people with different, you know, energy levels and motivation levels. So this energy imbalance happens constantly, regularly, or once we do some intervention, we can be assured that yes, for 2 months or 3 months or 6 months, we are safe from any such misalignment of energies. This is my question number one. And secondly, sir, the science is very good. I'm speaking on behalf of my large number of MSMEs who probably may not be able to afford any intervention which is expensive. So how expensive the remedy is in this science?
Very nice. बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा आपने राकेश जी. This question is amazing, and I'm sure everybody would like to know about it. First and foremost is, whenever we are doing the rectification or energy correction, there are two systems which we follow. One is generalized and second is specific. So like, let's say, abhi ghar mein, in a house, if I'm doing a rectification, then I do the rectification of a whole house with respect to the head of the family. But we do macro environment, we follow the hierarchy. Bedroom mein, we will do it according to the people living in. So in industry, let's say I have told you I have worked for offices, there are 5,000 people. In 5,000 people offices, attrition hota hi hai. 100 log jate hain, 100 log वापस आ जाते हैं. Senior most vice president, president level के लोग भी change होते हैं. So things changes. But what we do is we create the whole synergy of the industry as a single and then do macro environment and correct it. And when people change it, people like big industries like Indofil Chemicals or Greaves or others have kept me as every 90 days they send me their audit. I have to go and do the auditing. And whenever there is a change in top level, they call me ki first check the energies and then tell which cabin a person, a vice president or a chairman or a director needs to sit, because they are highly paid people and their efficiency is very important. So it is continuous because our body is dynamic. You cannot say कि एक बार कर दिया तो बस हो गया. It is not possible. Okay, one is that, and secondly, it is not expensive. As I am telling you, doing right building biology process and following Vastu rectification is going to save your doctor's bill, and doctors are more expensive than anybody these days.
Yes.
तो डॉक्टर का बिल बचेगा, आपको खर्चा नहीं आएगा, और एक बार करेंगे घरों में, क्योंकि घर में ज्यादा चेंजेस होते नहीं है. शादी हुई लड़की की तो लड़की आती है, ज्यादा चेंजेस बड़े बड़े नहीं होते हैं. सो मैनेज हो जाता है. सो इन हाउसेज वी डोंट हैव टू डू ऑडिट, बट इन ऑफिसेज एंड इंडस्ट्रीज वी हैव टू डू ऑडिट every 3 months, every couple of years. It depends. Nothing is expensive than your peace, happiness and harmony.
एक चीज और सर, मेरा एक छोटा सा और इंक्विजिटिवनेस है कि अगर किसी फैमिली में या किसी घर में, जैसा आपने बताया कि हॉस्पिटल के अंदर अगर कोई कैंसर से डाई कर जाता है तो आसपास के लोगों को भी हो जाता है, एंड देन दे हैव मोर चांस टू अट्रैक्ट दैट डिजीज. सो if in some house or in some family, if somebody is suffering from a chronic disease, he has been identified or diagnosed with that particular chronic disease, with this science, can it be cured?
No, see, we are not providing cure and treatment. We are trying to give energy so that a person can revive himself, finding his own immunity. We are trying to increase your strength to fight with the negativity. We are trying to give you your organ a different prana, so that the organ which is getting weak will glow again. सो आपके चक्रास ब्लॉक हो गए, चक्रास खुल जाते हैं, बट लड़ना तो आपको ही है ना. डॉक्टर is also not a god. So God is somewhere else. The energies of Atma is somewhere else. We are trying to reduce the pain. We are trying to reduce the problem. We are trying to reduce the inefficiency. And we are also trying to give you strength to fight with the negativity for longer duration. But end of the day, negativity to hatani hi padegi na.
जी.
Yeah.
Any question, Dhabaria ji, Sunil ji? Any other question from the audience?
This question, audience
Right in the
में
chat box.
Audience.
Any question from the audience? No, sir, there are no questions as of now. Yeah. Sunil, sorry?
vote of thanks के लिए
So, sir, thank you very much, Mayank ji. And जैसा पवन अरोड़ा साहब ने कहा कि we will coordinate with Rajasthan Housing Board and Urban and Housing Department of Government of Rajasthan to, try this intervention in their projects as we have been discussing. And now Mr. Pawan Arora has already expressed his wish.
Wonderful.
In this regard, yeah. So we will certainly connect you with them and do a lot of things. And if time permits, you have some time, then if the physical gathering are allowed in future, we will certainly, with the permission of our chair and co-chair, we would certainly like to have a physical session in Jaipur whenever you visit Jaipur and in our other chapters also. So thank you very much, Mayank ji. Thank you very much.
Mayank ji, I request you, whenever you come to visit Jaipur, please just do inform us and keep one day extra,
Yes,
so
sir.
that all our PhD chamber members can be benefited from your visit, sir.
Sure. Definitely, sir. And I am very thankful to all of you, PhD chamber, specifically Rakesh ji, to taking this opportunity and introducing me to the IAS Pawan ji. And we will be definitely grateful to all of you, and we will definitely come to Jaipur and meet you again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request our co-chair, Mr. Sunil Goyal, to kindly place a formal vote of thanks for our eminent speakers. Sunil ji, it is all yours.
Thank you, Rakesh ji. My sincere thanks to Shri Pawan Arora ji, Commissioner, Rajasthan Housing Board in absentia. Our young and dynamic Vice President and President nominee, Shri Saket Dalmia ji, Shri Divya Dhabaria, Chairman, Rajasthan Chapter, Architect Mayank Barjatia ji, Engineer Wolfgang Prigan, Dr. Srivastav in absentia, Shri Rakesh Gupta ji, and leaders of the companies. PhD Chamber has been organizing programs on various interesting subjects for the benefit of industries, and today's program is one such on the very interesting topic of building biology. Building biology, as we have listened from our eminent speakers, deals with balancing of energies in the land and the building to create positivity at the work or business places, homes, thereby improving productivity, profitability, health and happiness, and interpersonal relationships. I am confident that after this webinar, our MSME and other industries would certainly explore possibilities of trying this science at their factories and workplaces to achieve better results in terms of improved working environment, productivity, and prosperity. I am extremely thankful to Shri Pawan Arora ji for sparing his valuable time and participating as chief guest. His working style always inspires us. I would like to thank Architect Mayank Barjatia and Engineer Wolfgang Prigan for explaining this science so lucidly for the benefit of the audience, and we hope that it will go a long way in motivating industry to try this intervention for prosperity in their businesses. I would also like to sincerely thank our sponsor of today's webinar, Messrs. Dhabaria Pollywood Limited and Modi Universities. Thank you one and all once more.
Thank you very much, Sunil ji, Dhabaria ji, Mayank ji. Thank you, Mr. Prigan. Thank you all audience for joining with us. It was indeed wonderful experience listening Architect Mayank Barjatia and Engineer Prigan on this very, I would say difficult, but you made it so easy, And we look forward to many more opportunities in future to have your presence and association in our other such programs for the benefit of industry and other, sections of the society. Thank you very much once again,
Thanks, Rakesh ji.
Mr. Pragan, Dhavaria ji.
Bye-bye, Guru Bhai.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Namaskar.
You too, and I would have liked to be with you personally in Rajasthan because it is cold here in Germany.
I know. Rajasthan is also a bit cold these days, but
Yeah.
yes, not as German.
Yeah. So Bafang, you are most welcome.
I am most welcome to Rajasthan and would have wonderful discussions and sessions with you whenever you visit India and in particular Jaipur, Rajasthan. I guess you have visited Jaipur earlier. Am I right?
I like the Pink City.
Oh, great.
We had an elephant ride and a camel ride, and we went up to a castle, and I admired the perfect rain collecting system on that castle there, and a good view from there. So we liked to be there.
Great. Mr. Dhavaria, our chairman, is an ace polo player. So this time you would have horse ride also.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Namaskar, sir. Mr. Multani, a very good morning. You're able to hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Sanjeev ji. How are you?
How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Same here.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Great, sir. Sir, any query or anything you would want me to address in terms of the topic of the day, or who the invitees are? Accordingly, I'll be briefing you.
मेरा एक ये था, you see what I know of at least a couple of my friends, you see they were very big government suppliers.
Okay.
And the commitment of the government was when once satisfactory products have been received, accordingly payment will be made to them on time. Now government, because of the budgetary constraints or whatever, they have stopped in today's date huge amounts, massive amounts to the industry.
Okay. Sure.
You see, the people who could stand it, they have survived. But quite a few companies I know have gone into, they've gone to NCLT because they cannot make payments.
I understand.
So something should be done to the government that if they have procured the goods, they have said everything is fine. How come they are saying कि भैया हम payment नहीं करेंगे?
Okay.
ठीक है, मैं आपको ऐसे because it doesn't bother me. Sum of around 1.6 crores, which is brought with RTL, Rajasthan Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited, in the past 7 years. We took them to court and they said that we will make the payment. हमारी जमीन बहुत ज्यादा राजस्थान में, जिस दिन हमारी जमीन पेमेंट्स देंगे, अब 7 साल हो गए, they are not making payments. God is kind. We are not only dependent on that.
Right, I agree.
But other companies were dependent on that, and they're in a suit. So this, I think, needs to be addressed.
Absolutely, and sir, there is a spiral effect as well. अगर एक को पैसा नहीं मिलता, वो आगे नीचे सबके रोक लेता है, and then one potential insolvency leads to so many else down the chain.
Yeah,
right. That's true.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Chairman sir.
Good morning, Ji. How are you?
Good, good, Ji. All
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, Ji. Same here.
Great. Essentially, Mr. Mutani, आपका point है MSME as a victim of the government, where the government is the data.
Right.
So that's a slightly different tangent, which of course we see the connection here, because what happens, IBC has been treating MSMEs mainly as a corporate debtor, and that is something which is a flawed approach. When I go to the MSME statistics data, what happens, out of 53 million MSMEs, what we talk about in India, only a handful of them would be corporates or LLPs.
Right.
Mainly these are firms and these are proprietorships and all that. So they are more often than not, they are operational creditors to the bigger firms or bigger companies and less likely to be the corporate debt.
Right.
So what happens, the IBC keeps making the changes, keeping in view that MSMEs are corporate debtors, they should not get affected. So they also increase the threshold. जतेंद्र जी, आपका तरफ से disturbance बहुत है, थोड़ा mute पे कीजिए please. Thank you. So sir, what is happening is the changes which we saw recently, also including the increase of the threshold from 1 lakh to 1 crore. What they thought that because of COVID they'll have issues, so they'll be dragged into insolvency. So let's increase the threshold. Actually, forgetting the other side of the coin, where MSME, if it's an operational creditor, today they cannot even initiate a CRP or a IBC proceedings against a bigger company unless until their own dues are less than 1 crore. Now that is actually draconian.
Absolutely.
For a MSME, a 90 lakh due is a huge amount, but because it's less than 1 crore, now they cannot put the pressure on the bigger company. So that's what we thought we'll bring it out for the for the industry, for the stakeholders and the policymaker. So we'll have a whole-time member of IBBI, and IBBI being the I would say front-level regulator, they also create the regulations. So and regulations are very part and parcel of the code as in the IBC in totality. So the parliament is only putting up a skeleton framework through the code, but the regulations and the detailing happens at the IBPI level. So, so IBPI becomes a very important stakeholder, and MSMEs really have made a lot of representations to IBPI that please think about us and give us practical solutions. And whatever you say as a rule, policy, or a procedure or anything to be followed, let that happen on the ground in a practical way. Because when they make something and it's not getting implemented, and the entire impact comes on the resolution professional, then it's really becoming a challenge. And we have seen companies not finding a potential restructuring or a resolution plan, and they are being forced to liquidation. Now that's very sad. That's against the genesis and the premise of the IBC in the first place.
Sanjay, if I may just give a small suggestion. It's a way government is emphasizing greatly on ease of doing business. Because and in that, I would strongly request you to send representation to them, because we are talking about MSMEs. Now, MSMEs go up to 250 crores.
Right.
और तो बहुत सारी कंपनियां इसमें आ गई हैं. The issue which I mentioned to you is really a major issue.
Agreed, sir. Agreed.
एक प्रेजेंटेशन तो भेजें गवर्नमेंट को, 15 दिन में डॉक्टर जितेंद्र जी को बोलिए रिमाइंडर भेजें.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. और इधर साहब एक और, and maybe what I would want to kind of add here, Jitendra ji, along with MSME committee, it has a perspective, along with the IBC committee, where we actually see them struggling with the law. I think we send a joint representation, giving the perspective from both the sides, so the government, if they have queries or clarification, we are able to address them in totality. So let's do that.
That's we'll do that. Sure. It's very important. Thank you.
Dr. Jitendra, whenever you...
Yeah, sure, sir. In fact, some of the speakers are having some network issues. We're just trying to resolve it. So maybe in another 2 minutes time, we will start, sir.
Sure. Right. Jitendra ji, we should also plan maybe towards the end of the next month, hopefully when situation will turn out to be more normal. Let's have a physical session also, I guess. I mean, there are a lot of people who keep asking me ki chai pe charcha kahan hai aapki, we are longing for that, we should meet up and all that. I think it'll be good if we can, with adequate precautions, of course. I see Mr. Grover has joined. Mr. Grover, good morning.
Very good morning, sir. Very good morning.
Good to see you, sir. We have our senior vice president, Mr. Multani, and Dr. Jitendra Singh, the two other videos which are on.
Great. Right. Good morning, Multani ji, Jitendra ji.
Good morning, group.
Good morning to everybody.
I think we also have another co-chair, Mr. Kuber Diwan there also.
Yeah, Mr. Kuber Diwan. Kuber, it'll be great if you can put your video on. Let's see each other. And I think Mr. Madan is also joined there.
Mr. Madan is there also, yes, please.
Yes.
Internet connection is a little unstable. I'll switch on as soon as
Namaskar ji.
Madan ji.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar. Okay, Mr. Madan, we also have Mr. Arun Grover. He is the CMD of Architec and based out of Chandigarh. So he is also one of the panelists today.
Great.
One of my group senior, Mr. Mr. R.K. Chibber, advocate, passed away recently. But I don't know whether you know him. But sir, are you person? Mr. R.K. Chibber, his son is also a senior superintendent, Anand Chibber.
Yeah. It's from Chandigarh.
Chandigarh se
Yeah.
yeah.
What happened, sir?
Mr. R.K. Chibber passed away. Senior. And he was very close to our family and our circle.
I see.
A wonderful human, outstanding human.
So was it something to do with COVID or it was a age related thing?
Then age related. He was elderly. Yeah.
Okay.
मेरे क्लोज गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड्स में थे वो और वैसे भी जब भी दिल्ली आते थे we always had the honor and privilege of catching up with him. Wonderful human.
Great. In fact, I mean, whole of 2020, the kind of news we had apart from the COVID, losing people in near circles and all, we were thinking like, that should be past us. But something or the other keeps, I mean, still coming back and haunting us that, there's more to it maybe. So
Yes.
it's really kind of, painful.
Or Sanjeev ji, if I could also make a humble suggestion.
Hanji.
You see, there are quite a few of the retired Supreme Court justices, chief justices who are, very happy when they're invited.
Ji.
Just had a webinar on under our infrastructure committee, where former Chief Justice of India, Justice Deepak Mishra ji was there.
Yeah, right. Sure.
I don't know how relevant he would be because Madan साहब भी वहाँ पे हैं, संजीव जी आप हो, कुबेर भी हैं. आप लोग जरा इस टाइप के कोई लोगों को लाइए ताकि they are very very happy that they have been invited, and just former Chief Justice Deepak Mishra ji will be coming to our chamber very soon, because to look at our arbitration facilities.
I see. Great.
Sir, we have already decided it, and we would like to take your assistance also in inviting these luminaries.
Sir, we are here to assist you. Please, thank you. The strength of the chamber is the chairs and co-chairs and all the members. We are always available. आप बताइए क्या करना है. हमारे डॉक्टर जितेंद्र जी बड़े काबिल हैं. He knows the full leadership. President, senior VP, VP, Secretary General, all are with you. Always.
But हम एक आपके साथ एक 1-to-1 मीटिंग करते हैं जल्दी ही और एजेंडा बनाते हैं पूरे साल का और आप उसमें बताएं कहाँ हमारी मदद कर सकते हैं. We'll be more than happy to have.
सर आप चेयर और को-चेयर बैठ जाइए और मेरी समझ से हर 15 दिन में एक वेबिनार जरूर करिए, because your committee is so important in today's date. So many companies are going under, under liquidation. I mean, it's crazy. And I think it's totally unfair.
Sir, we'll discuss it. We'll discuss it whether fair and unfair. We'll discuss the reasons why they are going to liquidate.
Right, absolutely right. Very true.
Sometimes it's better to provide an exit route.
No, I'm totally with you. But कई बार ये होता है, कई जो खानदानी लोग हैं जो बिजनेस पे था, वो जस्ट मेंशनिंग टू हमारे संजीव जी कि भाई कई जाके लोग हैं जो जेन्युइनली गवर्नमेंट को सप्लाई करा, गवर्नमेंट ने एडमिट कर ली लायबिलिटी, उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट ने पेमेंट नहीं दी, दे कुड नॉट मीट देयर लायबिलिटीज एंड दे आर इन अ मेस. नाउ व्हाट डू वी डू इन सच अ सिचुएशन?
ये इशू बहुत डिटेल में डिस्कस हुआ इन एसएफ स्टील केस बाय NCL 80. Justice Mukhopadhyay provided a route for this, but unfortunately, this order was reversed by Supreme Court.
Right. But we can then go to the government. Na? आज के दिन में ease of doing business के लिए, I think government is doing fantastic.
Sure.
In my life, I have never seen any government trying to implement ease of doing business the effective way they are doing. I think Dr. Jitendra ji might be able to share with you. उन्होंने एक वेबसाइट बनाई है जिसपे आप रिप्रेजेंटेशन भेजिए, they will act on it.
Okay.
So let us take them up. सारी 70 कमेटियां सबके सब पीछे पड़ जाएं. We should पीछे पड़ जाएं for genuine causes.
Naturally, right. Agreed.
Dr. Jitendra, we are discussing till you give say, okay, please let's start. Okay. So, muted है आप Dr. Jitendra. Dr. Jitendra, you muted.
You're on mute, जी. Unmute कीजिए.
Right, sir. I think now we will start, sir. And we got message from Dr. From this Dr. Mukulita and Mr. Pandey, they are still trying to join. I think they have some network issues.
Okay.
So meanwhile, I think we can start our proceedings because time is again, we have a limited span of time. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very, very important webinar on IPC and MSMEs, the unfinished story. And as you must be aware that the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Committee of PhD-CCI, since its inception, has created a niche for itself through multiple flagship events, roundtable discussions, seminars, and conferences on various important subjects which are associated with the evolving and existing insolvency and bankruptcy laws in India. And these epoch-making programs and interventions, they have received an overwhelming response from all stakeholders across all sectors. And as in today's topic, the main focus is on micro, small and medium enterprises. And as we are all aware that MSMEs, they are basically the strength of the Indian economy. As we know that it is the second most employment generator after the agriculture sector and close to 8% contributor to our country's GDP. And according to recent survey, the MSMEs are likely to be the major contributor in our Indian economy by 2024. And as we know that insolvency and bankruptcy code, which is being only around 4 to 5 years old, it is very dynamic in nature and it's still evolving. And in order to safeguard the interest of MSMEs, the government along with the IPPI is trying to give various relief via ordinances and notification. And considering the amount of debt and the recovery rate, as well as time taken to realize the amount, and also the cost which is incurred in recovery proceedings is a considerable factor for MSMEs to decide whether to pursue such debt through IBC route or not. Therefore, recently, as we know that there is an enabling provision that has been announced, that is the pre-PAX insolvency resolution process, and this will definitely encourage the MSMEs to trust IBC route more, which will result in overall development of economy in these stressed times. So PhD-CCI has planned a well-timed webinar on this important topic, MSMEs and IBC, the evolving relationship. And time and again, we have seen amendments in IBC with respect to MSME like 29A and many other, legislations. So what's in store? What's the view of the industry? What is the view of the IPs and domain experts? And how it throws its opportunities and challenges for stakeholders? PhD-CCI has curated this webinar, and I am sure that the deliberations are going to be very, very enriching. So without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Pradeep Multani, the Senior Vice President of PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, to kindly share his thought process and deliberations with the august audience, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Jitendra Singh. A very good morning to you all. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and on my own, I welcome you in this momentous webinar on IBC and MSME, the unfinished story. We have today with us expert panelists, Dr. Mukulita Vijayvargiya, full-time member IBBI, Mr. Sanjeev Pandey, DGM NCLT SBI, Ms. Anju Bajaj, National Chairperson MSME of CIM SME, Mr. Rajiv Chawla, Chairman IAM SME of India, Mr. Arun Grover, CMD Amartex Industries, Mr. Sanjay Ahuja, Chair IBC Committee of PhD CCI, Mr. GP Madan, Co-Chair IBC Committee PhD CCI, Mr. Satwinder Singh, Co-Chair IBC Committee PhD CCI, Mr. Kuber Diwan, Co-Chair IBC Committee PhD CCI, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, IBC, is an excellent piece of legislation that has shown errant and willfully defaulting promoters their place and given hapless bankers a better shot at recovering their money. It has restored the sanctity of the debt contract, which had been all, but eroded promoters now know they cannot swindle the banks. The current global pandemic and its resultant lockdown have shaken the industries to the core, especially the MSMEs, which have under immense pressure to even survive. Last few months have witnessed numerous MSMEs unable to bear the financial stress due to lack of financing, being forced to shut their business or face insolvency proceedings. MSMEs are considered as the backbone of our country and are also the second largest employment generating sector. It is extremely important for the government to understand the issues being faced by MSMEs and take strong and immediate measures to de-stress the MSMEs and prevent their collapse. In today's webinar, the issue on the current position of MSME sector in light of the proposed government is the key point of discussion. I will request eminent speakers to throw light on the pertinent topics such as the position of corporate debtors with and without the pre-pack arrangement, the relevance of operational creditors for MSMEs, important recent amendments in the IBC, corporate insolvency resolution process CIRP, and discuss on the main points of the report of some committee on pre-pack arrangement. Pre-pack arrangement for MSMEs would be a big step in this direction. Pre-packaged resolution is where a company prepares a restructuring plan in cooperation with its creditors before initiating insolvency proceedings, thus saving both time and cost involved in the process. Another step in this direction could be amending the existing corporate insolvency resolution process and make it more effective. This might ease off the pain of the MSME sector to some extent. The idea is to allow existing promoters to participate in a financial restructuring package if the loan exposure has been stressed for less than a year. This means that lenders would give the promoters a chance to revive the business before declaring it insolvent and putting it through the corporate insolvency resolution process, CIRP. The idea has its merits. Given the severe damage the pandemic has caused, promoters do deserve the chance to put their enterprises back on track. This is particularly true for mid-sized and smaller entities that don't have the financial muscle of bigger corporations. It is important the lenders make sure this exercise doesn't turn out to be another corporate debt restructuring. With the budget session of the Parliament on 1st February 2021, the Finance Minister has an unenviable task of presenting a plan to revive the COVID-battered Indian economy. A key area of a plan is likely to focus on strengthening India's restructuring and insolvency framework, since corporate and financial distress is at an all-time high, along with an intense global competition to attract investment in distressed assets in the wake of COVID-19. Hopefully, the government will take strong and positive steps to support the MSMEs and the large industries to prevent long-term loss to the economy. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for highlighting very, very important facts, also the facets of MSMEs and how IBC is going to be a game changer for, again, evolving the MSME ecosystem. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'll request Mr. Sanjeev Ahuja, the chair of IBC committee, PHT-CCI, to kindly share his views and also please moderate this very, very important session. Over to you, Mr. Ahuja. Please unmute, please unmute.
Thank you, Jatendra ji. Very good morning to all of you, and thank you, Mr. Matani, Senior Vice President, PhD. So welcome, distinguished panelists. We are awaiting the whole-time member, Ms. Vijay Varghia from IBBI and Mr. Pandey from SBI. Apparently, I've been told that they're facing some issues with their internet bandwidth, so hopefully, both of them will be able to join. In the interim, I'll probably share with you my initial remarks and some insight on the topic of the day. So, friends, as PhD, as a MSME representative, intent is to have a platform available for views and opinions, not only on the topical issues, but importantly, the undercurrent, the underlying issues, the aspects which remain hidden or unaddressed at times. Now, with the same intent, we bring to you a webinar titled MSME and IBC, the Unfinished Story. Now, the title, of course, has been after, it's been decided after a long thought, because the story surely is unfinished. In a lighter vein, as they say, picture abhi baki hai dost. So, we are yet to see what exactly transpires. Now we are looking at the budget, which is probably around the corner. So we'll see what changes are kind of suggested in the budget with regard to the IBC and MSME. Attempt to see MSME through the prism of IBC lens. That's what the intent is. Now, IBC has been around for more than 4 years now, right? We also have seen number of changes, of course, with a noble intent to streamline the process, the efficiency, the efficacy of the code. And there's been learning during the process. And a lot of learning, I would say, and the learning doesn't stop, right? We learn by the day, by the hour. Now, a lot of changes got triggered, and these were primarily because of the big 12 cases which got initiated at the very early stage of the IBC. But soon we realized that there's a world beyond them as well. And the law as it is was affecting the most important sector, the MSME, where we have a number of staggering 63 million MSME units. As we heard, it's the second highest employment generator. And we saw reactions and responses to kind of address the concerns. So from proceedings in REM and everyone going through the drill with no recourse of withdrawal, which was the initial, the premise, what happened, we had to kind of come out with a 12A amendment where there was an option given for withdrawal in case of a settlement, in case of, the payment to a particular vendor or a creditor. Then we had the infamous 29A amendment which came. Now that was primarily to avoid promoters' backdoor entry. The Apex Code went on to say that the defaulters' paradise was lost, rightly so. But then eventually we figured out that there is some repercussions on again a specific sector called MSME, and we had 240A coming out with an amendment where 29A C and H, primarily regarding NPAs, regarding the guarantees, that was brought in. Over the period, we realized MSME is just not a CD. It's more often now operational creditor, because till as of now also we have the majority of MSME units as either individuals or partnership firms, but they surely are operational creditors. And when we saw in the approved corporate in approved resolution plans during the CRP, the kind of minuscule recoveries what we had for the operational creditors, that was definitely something which had to be addressed at the earliest. And we had another amendment where section 32B, which is the compliance of the resolution plan, which was further sharpened, where there was a kind of a benchmarking that under all circumstances, the higher of whether a company goes into a liquidation in case or what is being proposed by a resolution applicant, the higher of the two will be given to the operational creditor. Now, all this is with the intent to kind of support the MSME, which became a very vulnerable sector. Then, of course, we had the thresholds which got increased from 1 lakh to 1 crore. That was essentially to avoid the repercussions on the MSME sector with regard to the COVID pandemic. Now, it's again a noble thought that MSME, which is a corporate debtor, should not get pushed through the drill for a default of a 1 lakh, 5 lakh, 10 lakh. So hence the government in its wisdom rightly said the thresholds need to go up, and they were increased. But now there's the other side of the picture, other side of the coin, where MSMEs are also the operational creditors, and as I said, more so. Now imagine a situation where a MSME has a due of 90 lakh rupees, but that's still below the threshold. Now they cannot press a CRP against their own debtor. So what happens? The other side of the coin always comes back and haunts. So you cannot please all the people all the time. We agree, but that's where something more apparently has to be done with regard to MSMEs. Now, what's in store for them? Have we really got the pulse of the pain? Are we ready to kind of walk the talk? All these points probably we intend to cover during the session today. So today there's also an attempt to hear out the views and get the insights from the policymaker. I get to see Madam Vijay Garge has joined in, so I'll probably immediately ask her to share her views. Then of course we'll be joined by Mr. Pandey, who's going to represent SBI. Now, as a financial creator, as a banker, as a part of the COC, his insights will be very critical, and we'll look forward to hear from them. And of course, from the horse's mouth, the good, the bad, the ugly. We have Ms. Anju Bajaj, Mr. Grover, and I expect Mr. Rajiv probably would be joining as well. So we'll also hear from them, like, what's been their experience, either from the distance or a direct, indirect experience, because Ms. Bajaj and Mr. Chopra are also the association heads. So it would be nice to kind of hear from them. So that's from me in terms of the opening remarks. Ma'am, if you are able to hear us, I would request you to probably take over from here and share your views and experiences on the journey with regards to the relationship between the IBC and MSME. What can be, is being, and should be done further to address the pending concerns. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. सभी भाई बहनों को मेरा नमस्कार. I thank PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this webinar on IBC and MSME as a right team. I think after the new slate of after COVID, a new slate for India. For the development. I convey my season's greetings to all the learned speakers, panelists, practitioners, participants, especially after celebrating 72nd Republican year country. Recently, we had a very bad and painful experience and feeling. But anyway, this webinar will further strengthen our Indian Republic, and we will make a headway for getting ourselves a superpower in the world. Today's theme is IBC and MSME. It is not today's theme. It has been a theme since independence, when the Gandhiji has the village development model of the country. I think we have forgotten, that village development model. We have taken WTO agreements, liberalized economic policy after 90, and we established the regulatory regime. And IBC is also part of regulatory regime, and IBPI is the statutory body under that regulatory regime, no doubt. But I think we could not carry forward after independence the village development model. We have the सबका साथ सबका विकास, विकास से ही हमारा voting share जो वोट मांगते हैं सबको कि सबका साथ सबका विकास. But I think we have not paid attention to the MSME sector, which we should have, because it is the bedrock of the economy. Even the MSMEs are the operational caterers for the large industries. Without them, I think the large industries cannot survive, cannot contribute in the economy of the country. And that's why they are important, but recently they have assumed significance, especially in the context of IBC. Before I take you all people to the journey of the IBC and what its impact it has on the MSME, I would like to just point out that in this universe, I find several other universes, maybe the corporate universe, maybe the virtual universe, and sector-wise universe also. But we are missing the coordination between different universes, which are established by the man-made universes. We have one universe where we all are living. That's in जो ईश्वर का बनाया हुआ देवत्व है, और उसमें हमारे एक यूनिवर्स है. जैसे भगवान गीता में कहते हैं करोड़ों सूर्य हैं, ऐसे करोड़ों यूनिवर्स है. बट ईश्वर के बनाए हुए यूनिवर्स के बाद में हमने अपने यूनिवर्स बना लिए हैं. बट every universe which is man-made cannot survive without the coordination with the other universe. I think somewhere we are lacking, and that's why all policies, all enactments, we find that there are violations, not the compliances. We find that there is no coordination and the failure of law also, or we are not able to achieve the objective of any statutory instrument or non-statutory instrument also. India has been a country where we have been in the practice of following the custom, following our practices, good practices. I think India is known for good practices across the world. But I don't know, after independence, what has happened? We have forgotten our best practices, maybe of self-discipline, maybe of following something good, or elderly wisdom too, that we always avoid, and we want to have a new path and new thing. But if we take lessons from the past, naturally we can make we can we can expedite our progress also, our development also, growth also. But I think somewhere no coordination between all these things, no harmonization. And each universe has its own rules of governance. But the ultimate purpose of all of them is to deliver products and services for the survival or betterment of individuals. Maybe corporate or maybe MSME or maybe partnership. But the ultimate aim is that any activity which is undertaken by them, that is for the good and betterment and survival of the individuals. Only individuals, or maybe human beings, or beings on this earth. That's the ultimate of every activity, maybe political, maybe governance, maybe manufacturing activity. For the purpose of facilitation of the ease of doing business, the industrial sector has also been classified by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in 20 sectors, and by MSME Ministry, I think 3 classes have been micro, small, and medium enterprise. Before independence, we had goods sector, more on the goods sector. Though there was telephone sector, but on service side there were sectors. But after independence, we had both goods and service sector, and mostly primarily this service sector, they're in the domain of the government, under the domain of the sovereign functions. Now they are with the private partners, and we have now the regime of the public and private level playing field. So there is no problem. And with the liberalized economy, the regulatory development model was adopted for promoting growth in the economy. The concept of corporate governance and the corporate social responsibility undoubtedly gave fillip to this development model, and is still is continuing. And now we have not the but the skill development model, and that is very relevant for the MSM. The strengthened in the 21st century more so, as I have seen the reports and the news in the paper, that after COVID-19, I think it got more strengthened. And because we have a new slate, new ideas, and it has given an opportunity to innovation. We had the calm period to meet, think over, to deliberate upon to your new ways of adjustments for turning ease of doing business to ease of living. I think that was the best time. And we learned number of things. We introspected ourselves where we are going wrong, and how should we this challenge of the COVID, and when there was a downfall in the economy. So I think this calm period gave many people not to copy or to किसी को देख के काम करना नहीं है, अपना खुद का विचार innovation develop करना है, and how to go about, and what austerity measures we should take so that there is no waste, and we are able to utilize all the resources, maybe human resources, maybe other resources, to have the maximum potential from them, maximum potential out of that. The parameters and priorities both changed, and there was a call for every individual and corporate sector to keep himself or itself ready for every eventuality or challenge. The national disaster management ही नहीं करेगा, but every corporate and every individual has to take that national disaster or this disaster of the COVID, and they have to adjust themselves. Though with the cooperation of the government schemes and the whatever schemes are declared and whatever measures are taken by the government
I guess there's some issues. Ma'am, we are not able to hear you.
Yeah, man, there is some, I think, bandwidth problem.
The company which is going to be wind up, or company which is no more.
Man, there is some, I think, bandwidth issue from your side. You can switch off your video.
Right. Have we lost her? I guess there's an attempt to log in from a different device.
Yeah. I think we can wait for 10-15 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. And in the interim, I see Mr. Sanjeev Pandey joining in. Good morning, sir. Welcome on board. Thank you. That's another challenge we all have with regards to technology, keeping pace, or are we trying to understand technology better? It throws up, some kind of a pressure on the management, keep expecting the unexpected. In spite of the best preparation, right, we still have to figure out what needs to be done in these scenarios.
So meanwhile, I think Mr. Sanjeev, we can have our other distinguished speaker, and then we can again
Yeah,
get
of
back
course.
to.
I agree because I just saw her stepping in back. I just want to give maybe, yeah, she's
Yeah,
back.
she's there. Yeah. Yeah, man, please go ahead. You're visible now. Aman, are you audio? I think you're on mute mode, it seems.
Yeah,
Please
ma'am, you're on a
unmute.
mute.
That's perfect.
I was not audible, I think, for 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
No,
ma'am, just
I think
2
for the
minutes.
last 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, last 1 minute.
So MSMEs have different organization forms. They are corporate entities as well as partnership and proprietorship firm. Most of the MSMEs are proprietorship and partnership. Rest are corporates. And for corporates, we have under the IBC a process part 2, of the part 2 regarding corporate insolvency resolution process. We have another process of fast track insolvency. Section 240A, which deals with the MSM insolvency resolution for MSMEs, and it provides and gives powers to the government to execute the provisions from the application to MSMEs. But I think somehow it couldn't be notified, means rules cannot be notified, that means a notification for the exemption could not be done. I think it is at the level of the government. It should have done because of the MSEs, I assume, are significance and are important for the large industry. But anyway, I think something is going on regarding pre-pack, which will be, I think, more suitable for the MSMEs. Everybody knows that there is no vacuum. We have under the MSMED Act 2006 Facilitating Council, and there is a provision for arbitration for the dispute which arise for the non-payment to the MSMEs. So as such, there is other alternative, but MSMEs are, they get under the fast track insolvency program, as well as recently the government has in the light of the COVID situation, they have increased the threshold from 1 lakh to 1 crore. Certainly, many industries, they have been exempted because if their turnover is less than 10 crore or maybe less than 50 crore, in the light of the modified definition of MSMEs, I think most of the MSMEs will get benefit of the new declaration by the government through notification regarding the definition. Section having from 1 lakh to 1 crore. So I thought during the times of COVID, if there is, it cannot be invoked. It cannot be invoked anytime in future also. So that's a big, I think, nowhere in any law it's written like that. In future, this cannot be done. But in this very law, I think the amendment is such that it has given a relief all the times to come to every MSMEs if there is a default on account during this COVID period. Now, as far as the MSMEs are concerned, we have 3 basic acts for MSMEs. We don't have special acts maybe in the state government, but there are 3 central basic acts. And the one is that in 1953, the Core Industry Act after independence. And the other is the Khadi Village and Industries Commission Act 1956. And then now in 2006, there is the MSME Act. That is after policy. So these 3 acts govern most of the industries, maybe beekeeping, maybe pottery, maybe dairy, and village development model certain and can one of the because we I think the MSMEs certainly will contribute, and here we I think not only days, but the time of 30 days is sufficient, and for that purpose we have fast track process. Though fast track process is in certain conditions as notified by the government, it can be startup or a small industry or any unlisted company with having less than unlisted company of the turnover not exceeding 1 crore. So these are limitations, but still with these limitations, every MSME can certainly invoke these provisions and get their relief. Process is simple of the original regular corporates, but we have 90 days, and within 90 days, if the default means insolvency is resolved, I think this is the best time when every MSME can invoke these provisions which are provided in section 55 to 258, and I would expect that MSME sector, all the even the large industries should take care of the MSMEs so that they can also protect. Micro, small industry or medium industry also. So in some regime, which is earlier, we have moved from the adversarial system to the inquisitorial system, and this inquisitorial everything is out of the court. The court supervised, it is not a court supervised procedure as we find in the compromise arrangement under the Companies Act, where we find that it is before the court and now it is NCLT, but earlier it was before the court and taking much of the time. Under the ecosystem of the IBC, we find there is a adequate coordination among all the components of the insolvency ecosystem. We find that the judiciary has been very proactive, very cooperative. It's the case on society. So there are in some cases because of the inadequate infrastructure. In times to come, I think that will also be streamlined. And under the IBC, we find that it's a time-bound process, flexibility. Also, we find that sale as a going and in future also it will address the challenges even if section 245 or 240 is notified. So IB will maybe all endeavor to help the MSMEs so that we can have a successful village development model, and we can have a country, we can, I think, contribute towards the new India economy. And MSME will play a big role in having a new India economy, a successful new India, maybe Akhand Bharat, which used to be very prosperous. And I should say that it can be a role model for other countries also. MSMEs are maybe not, it's not the backbone of the economy, but the backbone of the development also. These words, I thank panelists, participants, organizers. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am, for that insight. Before I move to the second panelist, Mr. Sanjeev Pandey, just ma'am, a quick check from you. We had our senior vice president who, in his opening remarks, made a very important point with regards to MSME. They said often MSME as an operational creditor to the government, when they are suppliers of goods or services to the government, and government as a debtor in that case, they have issues with regards to the timely payments and all. And what happens in turn when MSME is a corporate debtor? Then because of the lack of the proper payments in time, they have a issue in paying their own creditors. So there's a chain effect. Now, of course, we thought we'll have representation from MCA and IBBA both. Unfortunately, the people at MCA told us that because of the this entire budget preparation, everyone's pretty kind of tight on time. But as a policymaker, as a frontline regulator, I think it was important for us to also apprise IBBI as a body that would there be a carve out? Can there be something which can be planned or discussed at a platform? Now we don't have a ready answer. Probably it's a topic of some other day where we can go deeper. But it was more of raising this issue that government as a payer, as a debtor, has also something to be concerned about because there is a spiral effect down the chain. So that was one point which I wanted to highlight. And second thing is you spoke about the pre-packs, where we had a report of the subcommittee. Now, the committee report also mentions, and you mentioned about SIRP, which was a special insolvency resolution process for MSME, which was being discussed some time back, maybe 6 months. Now, a lot of those features have been picked up, and now they are part of the PPIRP, as we say. So, what exactly an MSME should be prepared for? Should that be a PPIRP? Or SIRP, which may or may not have a sunset clause, or even the CIRP, which apparently goes off the suspension from 25th March. So they'll have a choice, or there'll be a sequence, or any thoughts, or we are still waiting for the fine print. Ma'am, quickly from you on that.
You have to unmute, ma'am.
I did not highlight this point because no, I think it's okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Audible. Yeah. I did not highlight this point because we deliberated, I think 3-4 months back, and I had the formulation, and it was kind of a hybrid formulation where we just I would it's not a I'm not discussing the policy. What what kind of policy the government will declare. It may have deliberations, but deliberation was in the form of a hybrid insolvency regime where we can have a debtor in possession. We don't have creditor in control, but debtor in possession, and promoters may also put up a plan within 90 days. But because this has not been materialized till date, so I was not sure of what kind of changes it may take place in this specialization process. And that's why I did not highlight. To what extent, if I highlight something, so naturally, I don't know now what will be finalized by the government. And that's why I did not discuss. But certainly, I know that a special process will be there, and there will be certain provisions as per Section 240. Certain provisions are not to be, it is to be exempted. The process, in this process, there will be exemption of certain provisions of law of this code. So that is going to be there because Section 240 states like that. So that has to be there. And it will be a process which will be market friendly also, MSME friendly, no doubt. It has to be. Otherwise, it won't be successful process. So kind of a hybrid process will be there, and maybe the regime of the trade and control may not be applicable fully, maybe partially. That kind of regime will be there under the special insolvency process. But I can't share all the nitty-gritties.
No, fair enough, ma'am. We understand.
Pre-pack is there.
Right.
Pre-pack is there, and there is no law in our country which prevents pre-pack. What I was thinking of, that if we adopt pre-pack, and then some of the industries, they go for pre-pack, they notice what are the loopholes or challenges which a pre-pack may face, and they themselves adjust and have a new pre-pack system or anything which is we feel that it's a hurdle, and they can remove it and then go on. So that kind of pre-pack, if it is available, then it will be easy for the government also to have the formulation, because already pre-pack has been adopted by the market. And there is no law in the country, maybe under the Companies Act or under other corporate laws, which prevents you from having a prepaid. It's a kind of out of the court solution before before formally we invoke any statutory provision. So prepaid can be the best practice which any market entity or market organizations they can promote for it. And if
Got
we
it.
have the prepaid for the MSMEs, so
Yeah.
certainly I think government will find that this prepaid is better than the special process. It is
Quite-
better than the special process. It is better than the fast track process. So
Sure.
prepaid can be formalized under law. So I expect an appeal from the market organizations and entities also. Why don't you have the prepaid and just have a trial of that? If it is successful, maybe
Yeah.
people will go for prepaid and maybe they may not invoke the insolvency process also. And that
Got
will
it.
be more friendly because there will be no rider of the sword of the 29A also.
Sure.
So I
Right.
think in this
so
context,
right. For now, it does say that 29A would be there, but probably I think you are right. We'll have to wait for the fine print. And the moment it gets notified, we'll definitely, want to hear from you again, your thoughts, as IBBI, as to how we should make it more friendly and how it should roll out for the, for the stakeholders on the ground. So thank you, ma'am, for that. And now I move to Mr. Sanjeev Pandey. So welcome, sir, once again. You weren't able to join earlier because of the bandwidth issue. So the logic of the title was, surely the story is unfinished, right? I mean, that's why we say, because IBC has made a lot of impact on MSME. And in a writer, when we also said that, the picture abhi baki hai, those, so in terms of, the learning, it's very important to see through. And you being a very important stakeholder as a banker, as a financial creditor, as a part of the COC. So there are two queries. One is generic and one is specific. And then it's over to you to hear, your views. The generic is your experience on the journey so far about the relationship between the IBC and MSME, as we've seen, a bit of roller coaster, but okay, a bit of back and forth as well. And also what can be, is being, and should be done for to address the pending concerns. So that's a generic query. Specific is, as a FC, as a banker, as a COC, which I said you are, when you take more than operational creditor, right, while approving a resolution plan, do you think somewhere you are leaving too less for that operational creditor as a corporator, again to address his own repayments of debt, which again has to be primarily to the banks and financial creditors? So somewhere it's going to be a zero-sum game. You take more here and leave less for them. So is it something which probably becomes an issue for you while looking or seeing through a resolution plan on a generic level? So here I take you as a representative of the banking industry as a financial creditor, not specific to a particular bank. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, for having me here. It's a great opportunity to be among all the prominent gentlemen and ladies. Thank you, madam, for your very nice address. So basically, as we all know, MSME are the backbone of the economy, not only Indian economy. Germany, which is one of the largest industrial power in the world, their power strength comes from MSMEs. It's not that we are only struggling. Everywhere MSMEs are supported by the government. But my views are MSME is just one of the stage of a business. A business starts at a startup stage, goes to a small business, then to a medium range, and then becomes a large business. Somewhere down the line, because of not subsidized funding or a lot of schemes provided by the government, I feel that some have lost way by way of not going for the growth. So they try to remain in that BPL kind of mindset that I don't BPL card, so I'll not grow. I have worked in a rural branch in my early career, and I have seen that not now, I'm talking about 20 years back, when most of the small businesses, whenever they reach a sales level of 20 lakhs, that was the limit at that time, after which you have to, that excise and everything will apply. So they will keep these 20 lakhs and immediately start another company. Come back to the bank, sir, give me another 1 lakh limit. We used to sanction the limit again. They were not supposed to use any power, only supposed to use manual power. So they used to run a machine or the motor in the night, not during the day. I'm coming from basically for a development or a growth, basic thing required is the mind, the change of mindset. So first of all, my suggestion would be that to my MSME friend, I have a 35-year careers with bank, and I have supported a lot of MSMEs and businesses. One of my customers is here with us today, Mr. Grover Swami. So first thing is that we should come out of that mindset of MSME. I want to remain a MSME always. This is just a stage, just a platform or a station on your journey to become a large business. That is one. Second thing, as Dr. Sahu repeatedly say, that any company would survive basically because of innovation, not because of any subsidy, not because of any government support or trade guarantee or anything. Ultimately, any business will survive when it is standing on its own feet. That requires some kind of innovation and keeping in step with the market, the fashions, the design of the market. As we have seen in last 100 years, I think in sometime in 1910, 1915, the life of a human being was somewhere around 25 to 30 years. Whereas the life of a firm, life of a company used to go up to 70, 80, 90 years. Now we come to 2020. Today, the life of a gentleman, any average person, is going up to 70 years because of our improvement in medical technology and our knowledge about hygiene and everything. But on the other hand, a company has come down to 10 to 12 years. There lies the challenge. We have 5 years. I think this is one government which has done tremendous schemes and support for the small business and medium business. Something like GST, then there Mudra Yojana. I think we banks gave something like 3 to 4 lakh crore during the Mudra Yojana. Now they have come out with a new definition which is very all-inclusive, and all confusion is gone. No, based on investment, only your sales. Then there was skill development schemes have been launched. So these are all the new areas. Government is providing all kind of support. Only it is there for the people to take it. I think today our country has somewhere around 5 to 6 crore micro, small, and medium enterprises. That is my sense.
Yeah.
And they have somewhere around 25 lakh crore of credit. Total bank credit is around 110 to 115 lakh crore. Out of which 25 lakh crore, almost 25% is given to the MSME. But again, the demand is much more. I think demand must be somewhere double of this. So that is where I think we have to work both ways as a bankers. We have to work in the way whether we reach out to more MSMEs. Basic, I think, psychology among the MSMEs who are not especially situated around cities and towns, they feel that getting a loan from a bank is difficult. That is the perception. I can vouch about my bank. We have like very large number of schemes for MSMEs, specialized branches. We have relationship managers who can guide the MSME customers how to apply, how to get a loan. But as you know, being a commercial bank, we have our systems. When we give a loan, we just cannot give on the name or the name of the company. We have to have certain documentation. That documentation comes in the form of your balance sheets, your GST records, your some kind of permanent setup. Although we have given way to not insisting on security for MSMEs, because now we have a comfort of government guarantees. Guarantee Corporation, CGT, who provide up to 75% guarantee to our loan to MSMEs. So security is no more a problem. The problem is of your basic documentation. If the company doesn't have a registration today, GST registration, if company doesn't have a proper sales record, I know in my career many companies, many borrowers would come to me, okay, sir, in my books the sales are maybe 20 crores, but actually I am making 50 crore sales. So you give me a limit for 50 crores. How can I give? If you are making cash sales and not paying taxes and you are just hiding the sales and profits, and then when you come to the bank for limits, ultimately my entire assessment goes by your official accounts audited accounts, your profitability, and your sales record. If you are not keeping proper record of sales and accounting, or you're hiding sales, then don't expect that any commercial bank or any creditor can take a risk on you, because ultimately all our processes are based on certain documents which are basically required. I have like a few ideas or suggestions. One, as I have said already, change of mindset, innovation is required, especially after COVID. Lot of effort is required and bring the labor back, because now we see most of the SMEs are struggling with the labor problem. So that is where the role of the promoter comes in, SME promoter, that he has to create space between the people, he has to create hygiene, social distancing at the same time, because I know these people have cramped spaces, but still this is the new normal, so we have to work accordingly. Then they have to like avoid defaults. That is because IBC is there now. So that is one important point. While IBC gives a lot of support and this thing to the SMEs in recovery of their bad debts, at the same time, they have to take care that they should not default to their creditors, because then they land in trouble. So that is my another advice. There should be a better credit discipline among the MSME. Then better accounting policies. Now I think every MSME, every small unit can afford a small computer. It comes anywhere from 10,000 onwards. And I think power and internet is prevalent now all across. I think Modi sir has launched the project where all the panchayats are being connected with internet. And then power is reaching to deepest villages. So this is high time. Every small micro enterprise, they should start with a basic computer so that they can access their accounts with the bank. They can make online payments. We have like beautiful system of online payments now, which are almost free. But if you don't have a computer, you cannot make use of that. Then you have to, for reaching out to the market, you need a computer. I know that Amazon, Flipkart, they have separately created portals, separate sites for MSME suppliers. They provide credit as well as market. But unless MSME is having some computer skills and a basic computer with them and an internet connection, I think they are lacking in a big way in reaching out to this market. Because now market is going from offline to online, we all know. So they have to think in a wider term, and innovative product marketing are required. As we have seen, like Madam was talking about KVIC. KVIC was just another government department. Then when Modi government came, they took special interest in marketing, better designs, better fabrics. And now you see that KVIC has become a kind of cult. It has become fashionable. So that is how the MSMEs have to think, like you have to go with the trend. Just you are making something, and for like your father was making the same product, and kids also learning to make the same product, that will not work anymore. As I said, innovations is coming very fast. Every 6 months or 3 months, fashions are changing. Every 3 months, your mobile phone design changes. Products are changing. New products, new competition is coming. So innovation is a must. Then I have one idea for support of MSMEs. Like most of the time, we see that there is a lack of credit profile or not a proper credit worthiness about the customer. Somewhere they are defaulted with the bank, or maybe some other problem. What I perceive is that for ladies in the bank, we call it self-help groups, where we can make a group of two ladies in the village, and they make a pool of money. They make a deposit with the bank, and they make a like monthly or weekly deposit. After 1 year of seeing their discipline, the bank goes back to them. Okay, we want to give you a loan. Whatever amount you have deposited in last 1 year, we will give you a loan of maybe 2 times or 3 times of that amount. But you have to decide which of you want to take that loan. Out of those 10 ladies, they are the credit analyst, they are the advisor. They will tell the bank, okay, you give this credit to this lady, and all others will guarantee that loan. That loan is a small loan, payable within 3 or 6 months. After that lady has paid, bank again goes to them, okay, now you tell us which other person you want to give the loan. It has been very, very successful scheme. There has been negligible defaults. New micro enterprises have started because of this. I feel that somewhere, in case it is possible, I'm just throwing an idea. If this same kind of setup can be tried for MSMEs, where some small ventures in a village or a small town, 5 or 6 come together, reach out to a bank, okay, sir, we will pool together money and then you allow us loan. We will decide who to get loan first. We will guarantee the loan. That can work out, maybe similar to SSG. That's one idea I'm floating. I know the MSMEs have got a serious setback initially because of demonetization, because most of them work on cash basis. So that is one change they have to think in their mindset, that now cash is gradually on its way out. In China, I think the cash transaction have reduced to something like 20% of the total transactions. 80% of the transactions are going through the online. Somewhere India also, our POS and our systems of the Bhim and UP, it is growing very fast. It has already reached few billion transactions. So that's why the MSME is to think in the way of non-cash transactions, online transactions through banks transactions. That will save a lot of money, that will be secure, and that will give a good boost to their balance sheet. Because whatever transactions are done through a GST return, I think that has become the basis of our assessment for the bank today. Coming back to your question, how the IBC has worked in favor or against the MSMEs. I will say in my last 3 or 4 years of association with IBC, and I was a strong proponent of this special concession given to MSMEs 29A. When the 29A came and the government sought our views, SBI views, that day I know I sent that you will kill MSMEs in case you apply this to 29A to all MSMEs. Because there may be buyers for large enterprises who have their brand names, their products. But for small enterprises, there is no buyer in the market. You have to work with the promoter. That is a fundamental of resolution of an MSME. And I think good sense prevailed and the MSMEs were kept out of the IBC in case they are not willful defaulters. So I think IBC has been a very good tool for the MSMEs in recovering of their dues. As per my data available from NCLTs, almost 14,000 operation creditor cases filed with NCLT were settled outside the court just because the CD agreed to pay, settle with the OC. Those cases are mostly from MSMEs. Then even inside IBC also, we have seen that lot of support has been given to MSMEs by way of like we have approved plans, especially for MSMEs, wherever the promoters were eligible, we have tried to bring them on board. And let me share with you, even before going to IBC, because our policy, small loans to IBC. As a state bank, we are not inclined to take anyone maybe who has less than 5 crore or 4 crores of debt with the state bank. We try to sort out of court. We launch very attractive OTS schemes. Recently, we had a scheme during October, which has been extended, where I think we have like very huge success. Most of MSME customers, because this scheme was able to those who have 50 crore, up to 50 crore credit limit, it has been outright success. So we as a bank always try to work out a solution outside the court. We know that it will be difficult for the MSME and for us also. So, but at the same time, MSMEs have to take care under IBC 2-3 things. Now, because the default limit has been increased from 1 lakh to 1 crore, so IBC may not be a easily available mechanism, because any default below 1 crore, it is not available to them. So they have new ways how to get a resolution or a debt recovery. The important thing under IBC is that whenever you are extending credit to somebody, whether it's a large corporate or another MSME, now has to be very, very careful. Like banks are always the of our customer. Now I would say, although I know Dover will be able to throw more light on this, that SMEs must be doing their own due diligence before extending any credit. But under IBC, I feel it has become all the more important that whenever you extend credit, try to create documentation first. You should have an invoice, proof of sale, and then proof of delivery, have a GST invoice. All these things tomorrow, in case the customer defaults, that will come handy for putting a insolvency petition in the court. So that is what I have to convey. Then second question was, are we leaving too little for the OCs in a resolution plan? Yeah, I can say yes or no both, because OCs, of course, because they are sitting outside the room. We are no more part of the scheme, because FCs take decision, then they take decision in their favor. I think we have to go certain distance. We are already arranging a lot of workshops for our personnel who are taking COC. And we are enlightening them, sensitizing them about the importance of those people sitting outside. Because for a CD to survive, for the economy to survive, everybody is important. Not only the financiers, also the suppliers, operational creditors, utility suppliers, everybody has this importance, including employees and workers. Especially COVID has shown the importance of workers.
True.
We used to see some protests in Mumbai. They wanted to throw out outsiders, and now today, people are just calling back the laborers, sir, you come back, I'll pay you the flight ticket. So we have come to that stage where the promoter is providing flight ticket. Ex-employees just to ask them to come back. So it's a good thing, I think, in certain way that COVID has shown the importance of your employees and workers, and also their wages are improved in my sense. Although there has been some kind of underemployment, or some people have lost their positions, but I feel in some way that is good, because these people who are trained in certain trade, they have gone back to their villages. They'll not sit tight there. They will result in more micro and small enterprises. So I am confident that this is not a loss. This is a good thing for the economy, that whatever technique, skills were available in large cities in India like Delhi, Mumbai, now they have spread to our interiors of the country, and these people will not just stay idle. They will start some enterprise there, which will be their startup to become a SME. And coming back to your question of OCs, so yes, they do require some kind of positive treatment, and we are taking care wherever we are there in the IBC. We take care of them. We negotiate with the resolution applicant. Okay, now we have given a good proposal for the financial creditors. Now you provide us a good proposal for the OCs also. And if you see our matrix, evaluation matrix, there we have kept special weightage for the amount left by the RA for OCs. And so we can always tweak that weightage to higher amount, so they get a better treatment. So that is my overall view, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And so I did hear something said about the statistics. 14,000 cases with regard to the operational creditors were settled out of the court. So that's great. Now, a quick counter question, of course, with in paucity of time, maybe I can request you to kind of briefly address. Would you as a banker, would you as a financial creditor also look at a settlement out of the court? Because when I see PPIRP, there is, a study done across jurisdictions, and one jurisdiction, which is France, what they do in a case of a distress situation, they allow 45 days for mediation and or conciliation between the debtor and the creditors. And after that 45 days, it's like, in a way free for all, or they would have like, sorted it out. Would you be open as a banker? Should that be, the view you should take?
Yeah, yeah. My view is that that is the missing part in the entire setup in India.
Okay.
That we have a resolution setup now, we have a judicial setup, but not a, we should have a mediation that will avoid a lot of insolvency cases getting admitted. They can be sorted out.
Great.
Actually, now HCLTs are insisting on this
right.
law. There is a law in place, and everybody has to come to the table before going to the court. That will be good.
Great, great, sir. So thank you, and thanks for your insight. And probably, we'll definitely want your presence for the Q&A, which probably will happen. Now, move to, the stakeholders of the day. We'll get started with Ms. Anju Bajaj, who's also on the management committee at PhD Chambers. Like, to keep interacting with her. Welcome, ma'am. She's also National Chairperson, MSME, CIM, SME. So, ma'am, to have your views on your experiences with interactions with people within your network with regards to IBC and MSME. You're able to hear us, ma'am?
Yes, Sanjeev.
Yeah,
Thank
great.
you so much. I don't think so I'll be able to on my video because every now and then it's been
Absolutely no
there's
issues,
some
ma'am.
issue there.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Thank
just
you
fine.
so
We'll be
much,
happy to hear.
and good afternoon to all of you. And very insightful thoughts given by Madam Mukilita, and I was listening to Mr. Pandey also to the banking thing. The problem is that after the new MSME definition, the ban and the volume of this sector has really increased quite folds. So the challenges which mostly the MSME is facing is, as already spoken, few points: the absence of adequate and timely banking finance, maybe the high cost of credit to MSMEs, and limited capital and knowledge, non-availability of suitable technology at some times. Then there's low production capacity also, and ineffective marketing strategy as already spoken about. Then there are constraints on modernization and expansion, no innovation for sustainability. Like if you want to sustain, as Dr. Pandey was also saying, that you need to innovate, and non-availability of skilled labor at affordable costs. Of course, it still exists after so many government policies and all coming up. So the insolvency framework which we're talking about shouldn't only solve proceedings issues, but it also save MSMEs, from being dragged. I feel it sometimes loan taken should be utilized for your business, whether it's for the marketing, whether it's for manufacturing, and whether it's for the lab instruments, for machinery or all. Mostly it's been observed, and in my tenure of 30 years, the loans taken are misused. They're not using the loans whether. So maybe that is also the factor which they can't take their business forward. During a macroeconomic crisis such as the one caused by the COVID pandemic, which we are going through, especially the micro and the small, medium enterprises are particularly susceptible to distress and failure.
Ma'am, did we lose you? You're able to hear us? Hello, madam? I guess
some connectivity issue. Yeah, some connectivity issue.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So, at the same time, I also feel that the studies and your qualification of the product, it's not that you just come out of the studies, you have qualified, you're an engineer, or you have gone through your processes and all, and just get into the product and get into the manufacturing without having your market share, without knowing the. So the entrepreneur, the new or the existing ones, should undergo a short training course, how to use the funds, what are the requirements, what is the market trend, what would be their market share, as Mr. Pandey was also, he was explaining. Then the labor laws and especially the banking, the project. So I also consider that we should, and I'm really promoting all this, that work on consortiums, form clusters, work on it. And there's a tremendous lack of knowledge. So we should share the knowledge like, we had it today. It's something to be spread in the masses, not few people attending this. We have a knowledge, of course, and we share it with each other. But then if you go to the masses, if you go to the people around, they are not even aware of it. So like the new aspects which coming, like I was going through the code, the section 4 code which was coming up. That is something really, because it is the intention of the said notification is to ease out the pressure on the small and medium companies and MSMEs, and not drive them, as I said, not drive them into the insolvency and bankruptcy. So the code which Madam was talking about, 240A, that provision also gives, but then it depends, how far they are looking forward to strengthen the MSME sector with this, because not much the micro and the small will not be affected, but yes, the medium will be affected. So this is my takeover, and maybe during the course of these discussions, because quite a lot of these sections and all have been discussed, I will definitely share my views on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And what I picked up from your, statements was a very important point, that IBC comes as a curative mechanism to deal with the, potential debts and the defaults. But what is also important is also to look at the preventive part, where it means we all need to understand what exactly is the cause of, the defaults at various levels across MSMEs. Is it lack of training, utilization of funds, or attaining the right kind of a balance, where if you're not able to do all that, then more likely than not you'll probably suffer because of a mismatch, and that will look at that'll lead to a default. And then of course somebody will have to come to IBC for curation. So why not also look at a preventive, which means go deeper, do a proper assessment and understand the reasons. If needed, then maybe a proper training be imparted to various stakeholders. So that's well said. Thank you for that.
Definitely. Thank you.
And I move to now Mr. Rajiv Chabla. Welcome, Mr. Chabla. He's one of the most, I would say, visible person who represents MSME. And he's the chairman of Integrated Association of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of India. Mr. Chabla, welcome. And today, the ask is please share your experiences, whether directly or indirectly through your members, with regards to IBC and MSME, what kind of relationships we have, what is the wish list, what ideally else need to be done so that it really becomes helpful for the sector. Over to you, sir. You're on a mute, sir. Please, you'll have to unmute yourself. You're still on a mute. Sir, you are still on a mute. In case you're.
I think is not able to unmute. Paramjit, our IT team, please unmute Mr. Rajiv Chawla.
Okay. I get.
And also, meanwhile, I'll request our co-chair, Mr. GP Madan, to kindly be ready with his questions list. I am sure he must have made a very vital list, because we have a separate Q&A session for all our learned speakers. And also, I'll request Mr. Madan, if time permits, if we can also take some questions from the panelists also.
Yeah.
Mr. Chawla, are you able to unmute?
Yes. Just like what happened right now, that not me, but my host, the technology host, had the key to my becoming mute or unmute myself. Similarly, most of the MSME world is ultimately the key lies somewhere else, some policy maker, some change somewhere, while you can ask me to mute or unmute, and I'm unable to do that. So many a times a similar story happens, and MSMEs struggle to find that key to do it. But I can only very humbly respond to Mr. Pandey, who spoke earlier from the bank. And I agree with some of his views. I strongly disagree with many of his views. And yet, it's just because perhaps a lot of that were coming from a decade earlier. The present times are challenging times. These are different times. The world of businesses 10 years before, 20 years before was different, even for the large corporates, and of course for the MSMEs. Every MSME is not destined or meant to become a tree, just like every grass or every herb would not grow to become a tree. It is just because many of the businesses, from cottage industries to retail businesses, small shop owners, those businesses are meant, or right from day one, they are meant to remain herbs, and we need every such business in our ecosystem. Of course, some businesses, if properly manured, properly taken care of, and provided that the business contains the genes of the right product mix and the right market mix, in such a situations, many of these MSMEs, of course, have ability and potential to become large trees, and which we have around in our system. But then millions, or should I say billions of MSMEs across the globe and millions in India, are fairly happy in their own ecosystem and in their own world, and they are adapting themselves to various changes that are happening often. Financial immunity, just like the immunity of a human being, is extremely important. How fast or whether I would catch COVID. So therefore, one's own health immunity is extremely important. Similarly, financial immunity of a business is also very important. So as for that business to overcome the change in the time of demonetization, or overcome that change in the time when the GST is implemented in a system, or overcome the change of some technology or credit disruption, or overcome the pandemic challenge. So that basic financial immunity is key to any business, overcoming that kind of a challenge. And that immunity does not come overnight. That immunity is not inherited in small financial businesses, for most of them, because most of them are self-employed, self-starters, startups, unfunded or funded through unorganized channels, not exactly institutional. So the challenges of the MSME world are very, very different. Let me also tell you that and today, because today we are not discussing revival of the sick MSMEs, or whether the sick MSMEs should actually, or how they should be revived, or what are their root causes. The reason is that, whenever I read a report where, a banking or a sector or a policymaker is thinking of supporting the stressed MSMEs or the NPAs or revival of the sick MSMEs, let me tell you, many of those MSMEs may not even be willing themselves to revive it. Also, their products may not be required any longer by the markets. So, be it the disruption of time, technology, other players around. So, no revival of a sick MSME, that process can never be the same. And therefore, when I even read the subordinate debt scheme that the government of India especially came out at the time of, as a measure to support MSMEs during the pandemic time. And I read that report, and in fact, I was consulted by SIDBI also before that report was finalized. I really wondered deep inside whether it would really take off. There was an allocation of almost, if I'm not wrong, almost 20,000 crore for that project. And I doubt if even 2,000 crore or even 200 crore out of that allocated scheme would ever be utilized. And there are many challenges. If you read that subordinate debt scheme for revival of the stressed MSMEs itself, that scheme itself would read like a non-starter. And I think almost now 8-9 months have passed, and the scheme hardly has any takers. Let me come to today's feature and the IBC and the unfinished story in the MSME sector. One very unfortunate thing that I, as an entrepreneur, and I started micro, and over a period of time, I became small, then remained small over a long time. And now with the new definitions of MSME coming in, I'm fairly happy to now, move and graduate myself to another category, and looking at a journey where, at least I should not die medium also. I should at least reach that large segment as well. So most of us have that ambition, and 35 years in business, the successes don't come overnight to most of us. And then it's a small step-by-step journey. In fact, when I try to map my own journey, I look at myself and say, here's a perfect, a journey of 35 years, step by step. No major jumps, no lotteries, no big gains during a particular year or a particular period. So, so speaking from my experience, I have realized that whenever laws are made, laws are generally made irrespective of the size. For example, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, they make some law, pertaining to Companies Act. Then the penalties are the same, whether it is a Tata Steel or Reliance or a small micro private limited company who by misfortune would have created a private limited company would be subjected to same compliances, same penalties for non-compliances. So I've hardly seen, anything worthwhile there. So while sometimes there is a relief for some large corporate, the same would put a micro private limited company in a huge burden of compliance. So I believe that, in fact, if there were the first step, if MSMEs look at, is that the entire rules, regulations, the return filing by MSME private limited companies related to MCA, that should be the first step to revise and see how ease of business can actually be provided to those small micro companies who try to corporatize themselves, who try to institutionalize themselves, who want to, step by step move towards maybe some stock exchange, BSE, SME, or some other kind of a movement, or some equity infusion some years later in life. That is one very important thing. And therefore, when IBC was first introduced a few years back, it never differentiated between a micro private limited company or a large corporate. So the rule set was the same. Now the MSMEs, I would right now bifurcate, to address this subject in two ways: those who are creditors and those who are debtors. Let me first address the debtors state. A small micro enterprise company covered in the IBC under the Act, and because all rules are the same irrespective of the size, a small tea vendor supplying tea to that unit with a 1 lakh rupees overdue could trigger and take that company to NCLT and IBC. So, so much, and at IMSME of India, and in fact, we are an integral part of a PhD Chamber of Commerce. I've been, a member of a PhD Chamber of Commerce for almost 28 years now. And let me share that at IMSME of India, hundreds of cases, when they've been coming to our desk, and we're small companies receiving notices from different chartered accountants or lawyers under the NCLT and IBC from their small creditors, and and we are helping, trying to sit them, come to the terms and settle and reconcile. Of course, it looked like a Ramban from someone trying to recover just 1 lakh rupees from a small auto manufacturing company, for example, and recover that under the Act, and very quick resolutions or reconciliations would happen. Because if the entrepreneur is serious, no one would like to face this kind of a draconian, time-driven, short, trial kind of a thing and lose the company. So I have seen MSMEs, irrespective of their previous stresses, as I'm talk right now, I'm talking about the data MSMEs who faced this situation and have been challenged. Fortunately, now in the last 1 year, the government has mentioned that IBBI now is creating a separate code, a separate resolution plan, a separate resolution mechanism for such MSMEs, and where these triggers would not come from operational creditors or any other creditor. These triggers would be the entrepreneurs themselves.
Right.
So
Right.
thank you very much, and I think this is important. Second is as the MSMEs as creditors. Very easy. If I now go to the other side of the shuttle, and I realize that I can serve a notice, I can trigger, I could take a company to NCLT, but believe me, I would never. 90% chances are that I would not receive back my receivable. So I could trigger, as an operational creditor, I could put a company in an embarrassing position or, trigger a bomb, but I may not actually end up as a beneficiary. And for this payment recovery mechanism under the MSME Facilitation Council, another very strong act under the MSME Act, where the different facilitation councils are helping, recover MSME funds. I am myself a member of the Haryana State Micro Small Enterprise Facilitation Council. And let me share with you that the Haryana Facilitation Council for MSEs has recovered the maximum, the highest amount ever for the MSMEs in the country. In fact, Gujarat and Haryana are two going neck to neck. And for the last almost a decade now, a facilitation council that has matured and that is helping MSCs recover. So when during the pandemic time, the government gave some relief and enhanced the limit from 1 lakh trigger to 1 crore and suspended the new cases during that period. Hundreds, or should I say thousands of MSCs, they approached the facilitation council and started recovering their overdues from the facilitation councils. So I am of the firm opinion that the government did just right. It was very logical to enhance the limit from 1 lakh to 1 crore. And I hope and pray, as an MSC also, I hope and pray that it remains so. Because it is not that I can trigger or take a company to NCLT. Point is, a tea vendor supplying tea to my own enterprise can also do that if it remains 1 lakh. So I hope and pray it remains 1 crore, because for less than 1 crore, MSMEs can always keep approaching the facilitation council and enjoy that recovery mechanism. And for this, let this be 1 crore and above. However, I must recommend to my friends in PhD Chamber of Commerce, and there's a suggestion that whenever an MSME gets some award, either through the arbitration or through a facilitation council or through some court of law, and for some amount to be recovered from a company, the company that tomorrow may be in IBC or in liquidation somewhere else, the chances of their recovery of payment is actually very less. So I believe that at least in cases where awards have been announced through arbitration or councils or court of law, these should be treated in the same bracket as secured lenders priority, so that the chances of recovery is enhanced there. So I am, So I thank you all, and I hope that PhD Chamber and others would help the government and policymakers create an ecosystem where both the debtors and the creditors are legitimately and supported. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chawla. That was straight from heart and of course very objective. So that's so nice of you. And we move on to our last panelist, Mr. Grover. My only request would be Because of paucity of time, maybe we can definitely hear you for 5-7 minutes. Then Mr. Madan will take over and also ask queries to the panelists apart from the participants as well. Thank you. Mr. Grover, please. You are on mute, sir. Please unmute yourself. Still on a mute? Still on a mute, sir. Yes.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please.
Great. Actually, I am an entrepreneur.
Right.
And managing director of Architec Industries Limited. And it's really, I'm really thankful to you that today I am in this session, and it's a lot to understand the things. But as an entrepreneur, what I want to convey here is there are certain things which we have to be consider always, as 99.3% companies with this new definition are SMEs. 99.3% companies. And you can well imagine only 0.07% companies are in the large sector. So the most important thing right now for our country is to policymakers to make such policies that these small entrepreneurs should grow into the larger sector. Very simple. Around 25 years back when we started, we were into the micro enterprise. Today, of course, we feel like we will hit the turnover of this figure within next 2 years and we will come out of this. And Mr. Pandey rightly said that SME is not to be like this, that we want to be here always. It is the journey. And we have to leave this tag also that we are in SME sector. But the very important sector, if 99.3% companies are in SME sectors, so then one has to be very careful about making the law. As my friend Rajiv Chawla rightly said, law एक micro industry, छोटी small industry and एक large conglomerate के लिए भी same है. So how he is going to manage all these things? Tomorrow, if somebody is going to send me the notice from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, मेरे पास वो infrastructure ही नहीं है कि मैं उसका जवाब दे पाऊं और अपना time उधर खराब करूं. Same way, SMEs are facing lot many problems. As how SMEs are facing lot many problems. Now, policymakers said, take the rate of interest should be this, and banks are not going to be charged more than this rate of interest. But practically at ground level, rate when we see the rate of interest, they are not charging as per the policymakers. The spirit which they said, okay, this should be the spirit, that government should, banks should charge this much interest. Sometimes वो कहीं ज़्यादा rate of interest charge कर रहे हैं. On excuses, there are lot many things. Which are the things? So same way, what I feel, IBC code, if an entrepreneur, small entrepreneur, doing good, एक चीज हमको हमेशा ध्यान रखनी है कि जो छोटा entrepreneur है, उसकी emotions जुड़ी हुई हैं. उसकी बहुत सारी pockets नहीं है. कि उसकी बहुत सारी पॉकेट्स हैं और लाइक बड़े कॉर्पोरेट हाउस की तरह वो जितने भी आज रिकवरी है मैक्सिमम अमाउंट्स जो लोग भागे हैं या प्रॉब्लम है वो बड़े इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस की हैं. छोटा वो तो इमोशनली जुड़ा अपने बिजनेस के साथ और उसकी अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो अगर लॉ भी ऐसे बने, उसकी हैंड होल्डिंग हो जाए और वो उसमें से बाहर निकल जाए, उसकी रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग हो जाए, उसकी कोई और इस तरह की चीजें हो जाए, तो व्हाट आई फील कि पूरे का पूरा सिनेरियो बदल जाएगा. As we were doing lot of business in China and I have seen कि everybody feel proud that I am an entrepreneur. क्या हम इंडिया के अंदर एक ऐसा प्लान करें कि 1 करोड़ लोगों को एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाना है और अगर वो 20-25 लोग भी अपने पास रख लें तो हम लोग कहाँ के कहाँ पहुंच जाएंगे. आज एवरीवन वांट्स कि मेरे को गवर्नमेंट जॉब लग जाए, मेरे को जॉब में जाना है. तो द ओनली थिंग कि इसके पीछे we have to find out the reason that why people are not interested to become the entrepreneur. क्योंकि कोई भी नहीं चाहेगा मेरी जिंदगी खराब हो जाए और मैं उलझ जाऊं. आज के दिन लोन टेकर्स भी कम हो गए. रीजन बीइंग कि आज पीपल आर थिंकिंग यार मेरी एक चीज है, अगर मैं कहीं नुकसान खा जाऊं तो ये भी ना चली जाए. तो वो हमें एक ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट भी क्रिएट करना है वेयर लोगों के अंदर एक प्राइड की भावना हो कि मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बनूंगा और मैं कुछ ना कुछ नया करूंगा. आई फील लाइक सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट आज के दिन क्या है, हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप अपने लॉज के द्वारा या इंप्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज के द्वारा उनको डेड ना करें. हम उनको सपोर्ट करें स्पेसिफिक एसएमई सेक्टर को जो 99.3% कंपनीज के है. अगर ये भावना लॉ मेकर्स में भी आएगी और इंप्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज में भी आएगी तो मैं कहता हूं कि हमारा इंडिया के अंदर वो पोटेंशियल है कि अगले 3 से 4 साल में हम बहुत आगे, जो मोदी जी सोच रहे हैं 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, वो उसका रास्ता एक ही है. जिस दिन हर इंडिविजुअल अपने आप को एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने में शान समझे और एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने की कोशिश करे. एंड मेरे को लगता है इंडिया के पास वो पावर है. अगर हम टारगेट 1 करोड़ एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाने की रखेंगे और 25 आदमी की एवरेज भी पकड़ लेंगे, 25 करोड़ आदमी इन्वॉल्व हो जाएंगे. व्हाट आई फील सर, तो ये कोई भी ऐसा रीजन नहीं है कि हम कोई भी टारगेट अचीव ना कर सकें. जेनेटिकली हम इंडियन लड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं. हमेशा कितने लोग नॉर्थ से आए, आज पाकिस्तान से जितने भी आए, कोई अब्दाली आ रहा है तो कोई सिकंदर आ रहा है, तो हम इंडियंस फाइटर बन गए हैं उस चीज के लिए. सिर्फ जरूरत है हमारे पोटेंशियल को, रियल पोटेंशियल को चैनलाइज करना. अगर हम वो चैनलाइज कर लें तो ऐसा कोई रीजन आई फील लाइक नहीं है कि हम लोग एक वर्ल्ड की सुपर पावर में इंडिया ना आए. और ये आईबीसी कोड भी उसी का एक हिस्सा है कि छोटी कंपनी और 10,000 करोड़ की कंपनी को एक ही तरह से तोला नहीं जा सकता, उनको अलग तरीके से हमको देखना होगा. एंड आई फील लाइक ऐसा कोई रीजन नहीं है कि नए लोग, यूथ हमारा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के अंदर बिलीव ना करें.
Right,
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
Great जी, thank you Mr. Grover. I think दिल से निकली हुई ये बातें हैं और I'm sure right जगह पे पहुंचेंगी. So thanks all the panelists. Looking at the positive time, I think it's now the most important session where people will have their queries. And Mr. Madan, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. We had a wonderful session. If I can see whether Madam Mukulta Vijayvargiya is still there with us.
Yeah, she is. I mean, I can see her. Ma'am, you are there? She's on a mute. Ma'am, आप mute पे हैं in case because आपका वीडियो ऑन नहीं है.
Is it to me?
No, that's to Madam Vijayvargiya.
She there, yeah.
You're still on a mute.
Okay, I'll come to that question later on, which I was proposing to ask Madam Mukulta.
She's there now. She is there.
She is there.
Right.
नमस्कार मैम. अतुल ग्रोवर जी ने मुझे प्रॉम्प्ट कर दिया कि मैं भी अगर हिंदी में बोलूं तो अच्छा रहेगा.
Very good. Very good.
In the meantime, I have analyzed the list of participants. Also, I think 95% of the participants are from North only, and they can easily understand Hindi. They can speak Hindi, they can write Hindi, listen Hindi, understand
and
Hindi.
Appreciate. Excellent.
And appreciate our mother tongue.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
मेरा पहला क्वेश्चन आपसे है. अभी मिस्टर अरुण ग्रोवर ने बहुत अच्छी फिगर्स दी कि 99.3% of the companies are from MSME sector. And I was checking from the government data that as on date, as per the latest data available, there are 12,60,000 companies. तो 12,60,000 companies में से 99% almost MSMEs हैं. But this figures becomes minuscule जब हम देखते हैं कि total MSMEs कितनी है इंडिया में. Again, as per government data, total 6 करोड़ 30 लाख MSMEs हैं इंडिया में.
Right.
अब 6 करोड़ 30 लाख MSME में सिर्फ जस्ट 12 लाख यानी कि ओनली 2% कंपनीज में सारी 12 लाख MSMEs मानता हूँ. नाउ द रीसेंट अमेंडमेंट्स आपने मैम लास्ट ईयर जो हुई हैं, 1 लाख से बढ़ा के 1 करोड़ की लिमिट करना और ये सस्पेंशन करना इन ऑर्डर टू फैसिलिटेट एमएसएमई सेक्टर। एक्चुअली ये करने से एमएसएमई को फैसिलिटेट किया है या एमएसएमई को अपने बाहर कर दिया बिल्कुल कि अब आप एप्लीकेशन डाल ही नहीं सकते हैं आईबीसी के अंडर? क्योंकि 6 करोड़ 30 लाख कंपनीज, 12 लाख कंपनीज हैं एमएसएमई से, बाकी तो सारी कंपनीज हैं ही नहीं, उनके अगेंस्ट तो एप्लीकेशन डल ही नहीं सकती थी कभी। एंड संजीव जी ने शुरू में कहा कि दैट मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दिस एमएसएमईज आर ऑपरेशनल क्रेडिटर, दे आर नॉट कॉर्पोरेट डेटर्स। तो क्या हमने उनकी एक्चुअली मदद की है या ये प्रपोजल, ये अमेंडमेंट जो है, नॉट प्रपोजल, अमेंडमेंट जो है ये उनके अगेंस्ट गई है? आपका क्या व्यू है इसके ऊपर? एंड आई वुड लाइक टू हैव व्यूज ऑफ अदर्स आल्सो ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन।
हाँ मदन जी, ऐसा है, आईबीसी एक्ट में देर आर 3 sections, 7, 9 and 10. 7 for financial creditors and 10 for debtors and 9 for operational creditor.
Right.
You are saying they are operational creditors, so they have been prevented from invoking the provisions of the IBC.
Right.
You mean to say that?
Right.
But generally what happens, advances loan and the resolution, then in the committee of creditors, mostly they are financial creditors. So whenever there will be a process, insolvency resolution, mostly when there are financial creditors, the COC will be comprised of financial creditors only. The reason, from the prism which you are looking at, the angle of operation, but we have to also see that there are financial creditors and there will be a COC which plays a key role. These are taken by the RB that to be finalized, ratified by the COC, and COC means operation financial creditors and corporate debtors. Here I also feel that personally we should not have excluded section 10, because we should have given the liberty to CD to revive and restructure their process even after the COVID situation also.
Right.
It is their wish and will, because CD means voluntary, taking voluntary step for invoking this provision for insolvency resolution. That's voluntary. While in case of the financial creditors, actually financial creditors are taking action against you. Operational creditors are taking against you. So operational creditors, these are the MSME, and that's why I'm telling you that the limit which has been increased, so nobody can go against you. Financial creditors cannot take action against you unless the default is 1 crore above, not 1 lakh. So from the angle of financial creditors, if you see that, then the provisions or the notification which is issued inclusion threshold is fine, because as a CD, if you are a CD, then you are benefited. And even if you are a financial creditor, then you get at least liquidation amount. So there is a provision for them, there is a shield for them. And further, I would like to say that the COVID-19 differs. For that, nobody can apply. Nobody. No financial creditor, no operational, nobody can. So all have been placed at the level playing field. That's the point.
Anyway, otherwise, I would not like to extend this question. At least you have agreed to this. The section 10 should not have been part of this, and we have been echoing this voice for last 1 year. And thank you very much for agreeing with us. The section 10 should not have been part of this.
It's my personal view.
I agree. We are a person. Whatever I'm saying, whatever I'm saying is not. I'm not talking on behalf of PSG Chamber of Commerce right now. All what I'm saying, they are my personal views and personal questions, or maybe questions of the participants.
Government thought that there should not be discrimination against these applicants. Who is the applicant? Maybe operational creditor. So no discrimination at the level playing field have been provided to all of them. That you will not be able to invoke these provisions.
2 more questions, ma'am, to you, because you are the regulator here, and everybody would like to hear your views on these. Number 1, whether this suspension is likely to be extended beyond 24th March 2021. And second question, whether this enhanced limit of 1 crore under section 4 is likely to be reduced, particularly in case where the MSME is going to be an applicant.
Actually, this period, I don't have the I have not given any signal from the government that this limit is this date is going to be extended. But I hope this will be the final extension. This is the final extension. We have the vaccine now, and the risk of the COVID is now is almost vanished. People are moving without mask also, and maybe in times to come, we all will be as usual as before COVID. So no problem. So I feel that there will be no further extension, and these provisions of the code 7, 9, 10 will again, they will be back, and we will be able to have the benefits of these provisions. The second question is of the MSME. MSME, we have a special provision regarding MSME, and when this the whole scheme of MSME through rules will come, providing for certain exemptions. In that exemption, whether the limit is reduced or whether other provisions are exempted, I can't say anything about that. I can't say, because already we have increased the threshold. So that has given benefit, much of the benefits to them, because 1 crore default, and the companies which are MSMEs, I think 1 crore default, less than 1 crore default, 99 lakhs default is fine, I think. And they are below, out of the scope of the IBC. So maybe this may not be done.
Thank
So
you.
that will be covered.
Thank you. Now my next question is to Mr. Rajiv Chawla, who is I consider him as a dawn of this MSME sector, because I have seen him growing for more than 2 decades, from starting from Faridabad and then spreading his wings to the entire northern region. In farmers में तो हमने देखा there are 40 odd unions represented by different leaders, but यहाँ तो मुझे लगता है there is one association and one leader in the entire region.
I'm your integral part.
Thank you. राजीव जी, अकॉर्डिंग टू यू आपने बताया कि फैसिलिटेशन काउंटर पे जाके जहां एमएसएमई की पेमेंट्स नहीं आती है बिकॉज ऑफ दिस एमएसएमई एक्ट दे आर गेटिंग देयर पेमेंट्स. Do you think this legislation is otherwise working fine, that these creditors are able to get their money from others? Number one, because of MSME Act, and number two, that because you refer to MCA also, that there are a number of disclosures are required to be made and returns are required to be filed with Ministry of Corporate Affairs. According to you, these provisions or these two legislations working fine in recovery of the money by the MSME sector?
I'll respond to the first part, the MSE Facilitation Council. And I speak this as first experience because I am a member of the Haryana State Facilitation Council myself for the last more than 10 years. 50% of the cases are resolved within 60 days, 50%. And another 10%, which takes it to 60%, are resolved as reconciled in front of the council. So 60% cases तो हमारे सामने reconciliation हो जाते हैं और dispute settle हो जाता है, payment हो जाती है. And then if the rest 40% cases, which we cannot reconcile for any kind of a dispute, we appoint an arbitrator. आर्बिट्रेटर के सामने फिर 20% केसेस उस डेस्क पर रिजॉल्व हो रहे हैं. तो 80% केसेस which are coming to our state council, MSCs are recovering their payment within a span of 60 days to 120 days. जो बैलेंस 20% केसेस हैं जिसको आप बहुत सिक या कोई बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम केस है, तो उस केस में आर्बिट्रेशन जब अवार्ड देता है तो तब एक चैलेंज जरूर आता है कि हाउ वुड दैट अवार्ड बी एग्जीक्यूटेड. बिकॉज फैसिलिटेशन काउंसिल हरियाणा ने अगर अवार्ड दिया किसी एमएससी के फेवर में और अगर उसका जो डेटर है, लेट अस से वो तमिलनाडु में है, सो दैट एमएससी इज सपोज्ड टू गो टू तमिलनाडु and then go to the execution court there for execution of that award. No, this is the law of the land. It cannot be changed overnight. But 80% cases आज सॉल्व हो जाते हैं फैसिलिटेशन काउंसिल के टेबल पर या आर्बिट्रेशन के डेस्क पर. हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने एक इनिशिएटिव और लिया है. 1 जनवरी को स्टेट ऑफ हरियाणा हैज अनाउंस्ड अ न्यू इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी, और उस पॉलिसी में एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेप लिया है. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर विद एवरीवन हियर, हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट is going to make a new law as per the policy where awards of the Facilitation Council will be covered as land revenue. Now, this is giving the maximum teeth to the act which is already there. So, as my experience goes, 80%, 90% of those MSMEs who are trying to recover their money, irrespective of the amount, they are doing that greatly in the states where council is working effectively. Of course, it is a state-driven subject. There are some states which have a very poor performance, and I would like to mention the Delhi state, where the record of payment recovery is very, very less. In fact, the council's meetings are not even regular. So it depends upon how important, how much focus a state government is paying to this council. So Gujarat, Haryana, Maharashtra, some states are doing fantastically well. Second important thing, as you mentioned, about the declaration in the MSA. Dekhiye, when an MSA would make a regulation, it would apply to everyone. Even if I am a micro private limited company, now even I have to file returns every 6 months, and people are doing it. Now, this has made a difference. Many of the corporates, large companies to whom I am also supplying, they played very smart. Normally, they were paying me, let us say, 90 days. Now they have to declare, dues, overdues of 45 days every 6 months. They called me, reduced my rates by 1% or 0.5%, depending upon corporate to corporate. But now they are paying me within 45 days. So many of the corporates, to avoid delays later on, they have now taken discounts. You can call it factoring, you can call it bill discounting, you can call it extortion, give it whatever name. But many of the corporates are now, to whom I'm supplying, and I'm supplying to more than 40, 50 customers across India. I'm receiving my payments within 45 days. And of course, after paying a price for that, but then it's okay. It's like, bank funding or, a bit higher than that. So I believe that this declaration is having an impact. Of course, there would always be institutions, corporates, or individuals who may be stubborn, not paying much heed to the circumstances around, but many are falling in line, and it's a compliment to everyone.
Is it also true that three times of the bank rate is also being given to these MSMEs?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You look at some of the awards that have come from our state council, our facilitation council. In fact, let me share another thing with you. If it is not reconciled, see, in reconciliation, a debtor or a creditor has a right to waive off or settle at whatever terms, and we encourage that. It's like bringing two disputed parties to a table, and they shouldn't be divorcing each other. Idea is to enter into some kind of a compromise. But if that doesn't happen, then if you look at the arbitration awards, it is mandated in the law. In fact, it is not optional. It is mandated in the law that 3 times the bank rate of interest has to be levied. So it is not optional in front of the arbitration. And so if an award is announced, it is mandated that 3 times the bank rate of interest. So we have awards where principal outstanding is 1 crore, interest is 2.5 crore, and the final award therefore is 3.5 crore. So when some of the defaulters look at these previous rewards, and I show them these things in the council also, idea is to show them the reality that it is always better to settle disputes. That is why perhaps our settlement rate is more than 80%, as I mentioned.
So it means, thank you very much. It is whatever has been taken away by IBC from MSME sector, this Haryana State Council, particularly this state legislation, and given.
Let me mention, because the regulator is also here, IBC has not taken away anything. We are looking at MSMEs only as creditors. MSMEs are debtors also. So we don't want to be taken to NCLT ourselves for small petty sums of 1 lakh, 5 lakh. So this regulation enhancing from 1 lakh to 1 crore is welcome, and I hope it stays.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come back to you again if time permits. My next question is to Mr. Sanjeev Pandey. Sir, regarding this pre-pack, pre-pack is also targeted to facilitate or help MSME sector. Do you think, is there any, Ms. Pandey, do you think there is any difference between this pre-pack and the erstwhile OTS and JLF and JLM and CDR? What is there any major difference between the two? And number two, sir. Number two, if this pre-pack is an arrangement between the two parties, the corporate debtor and the creditor, in that scenario, should 29A be applicable in pre-pack cases? These two questions to you.
Right. Thank you, Madan sir. So coming back to OTS comparison with the pre-pack, I think there are two very different schemes. OTS basically, and let us try to understand pre-pack from international perception. This idea is from UK. Pre-pack is basically proposed by the existing promoters to sell the business to a new management outside the court. So they come back with a scheme, they come back with a proposal from a alternate investor. Okay, sir, I am not able to run this business. He is the new gentleman, he is ready to take over. We have prepared this plan. Now, if you agree, the financial creditors agree, let us go to the court and get it formalized. That is the, in two senses, pre-pack. Coming back to the Indian context, what I have read in the paper and what we have discussed in various webinars. So pre-pack is basically scheme. So don't take it as a just OTS. We can also prepare a plan, deep restructuring plan with the same promoter under pre-pack, provided he is 29A compliant. That is one. Otherwise, if he is not compliant, then going back to the UK example, he can bring in somebody who is a third party, unrelated party, who is 12A compliant. He can work out a resolution with him and then come back to the banker, sir, this is the plan. To permit us, we have a base plan ready. We can go to the court and then, of course, there is a procedure of switch challenge and all that.
नहीं पांडे जी मेरा ये मानना है क्योंकि आप उसी प्रमोटर के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, अगर उसी के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, उसी के साथ आप एग्रीमेंट कर रहे हैं, तो व्हाई दे शुड नॉट बी परमिटेड? क्योंकि अभी ये कॉन्सेप्ट पेपर है, प्री पैक इज कॉन्सेप्ट पेपर, तो बैंकर्स की तरफ से भी सजेशन जा सकता है कि 29 ऐसे केसेस में एप्लीकेबल होना चाहिए, नहीं होना चाहिए. Actually, the whole objective is to revive the company, revive the corporate debtor.
Exactly, that is also my view. At least the section 29AC, which is like any NPA account ineligible if it is more than 12 months, that rigor should be removed. Other than that, all other rigors should stay, like the willful defaulter, all other ineligibilities should stay, but this 12-month NPA should go, at least for making this pre-pack scheme. So I have two ideas. One is that this should be allowed. Second, the pre-pack should not be only permitted from 1 lakh to 1 crore, which is the, I think they are trying to put it phase-wise. I think we have a quite mature market in insolvency today. We have very mature professionals, lawyers, even judges are getting a sense of the law. So I feel that it is the government should go full hog, allow pre-pack for all kind of borrowers. That will be good for the entire economy.
Thank you. Now, time is not permitting. Yeah. Anybody else speaking? Time is not permitting. I would like to ask one more question, and that again to regulator, Ma'am Mukulita Vijay Gargia. Ma'am, are you there? Because that has been discussed a lot during last number of years. If you are there.
She also, I think, continues to be on a mute mode.
Jatinder ji, देखिए अगर unmute कर सकते हैं तो. Because I am going to ask a very pertinent question, which may be of interest to all stakeholders. Otherwise, वो question मुझे सभी को raise करना पड़ेगा because everybody would be interested in that question. Okay, let me raise this question. What happened in case of Essar Steel case? NCLAT was of the view कि एक कॉर्पोरेट डेटर को बचाने के लिए आप हंड्रेड्स ऑफ बाकी ऑपरेशनल क्रेडिटर्स जो हैं और जो कहीं ना कहीं कॉर्पोरेट डेटर्स हैं, आप उनको किल ना करें और सभी को कुछ ना कुछ दें. Because what we have seen in almost all the resolution plans, operational creditors are not being paid anything. 0 to 5 to 10%, that is a measure. And though all those operational creditors are somewhere corporate debtors, अगर यहाँ से कुछ नहीं मिलेगा तो बाकी जगह वो डिफॉल्टर हो जाएंगे. And then every chance कि वहां जाकर डिफॉल्टर है उनके अगेंस्ट एप्लीकेशन लग जाए, those company go into liquidation. So whether in the resolution plan should something be provided mandatorily for all the operational creditors? This is what my moot question is, and I think this question is open to all before Madam Mukulita Varghese joins us. Mr. Arun Grover, you may start following Mr. Chavla and Mr. Pandey. Because Mr. Pandey का तो थोड़ा vested interest होगा, financial creditor है, whether she should get something or not.
नहीं, but मदान साहब, पांडे जी से मेरी एसोसिएशन बड़ी पुरानी रही है, बट उनका काफी कुछ ठीक था जो उन लोगों के व्यूज थे कि
उनका मैं तो one of the most pragmatic bankers in the country, मैं तो उनको अवार्ड देना चाहता हूँ सच में, if you ask me.
Sir, I agree with you, sir.
हाँ जी अरुण जी, what is your view on this?
I have not listened actually what you said.
Okay, Rajiv ji, if you have understood my question, would you like to say something on this?
No, not now.
Zara quickly repeat kar dijiye sir question.
Okay, my question is whether in a resolution plan, whether something mandatorily be provided for the operational creditors, because they have been the most sufferers in almost all the resolution plans.
That is right. I would suggest that the micro and small enterprises जो है उन micro small enterprises के interest को protect करें, and those registered as micro or small enterprises और उनका amount a certain percentage or up to some cap, it should be taken as a priority and in the resolution plan. And if the resolution plan wishes to engage them in running, I don't know how many of them would be willing or capable of joining the management, or the recovery mechanism. That of course is challenging. I believe that if a company has to revive and restructured and has to take shape again, then right competent people and their engagement at that level is important. But then yes, in a resolution plan or even in the liquidation plan, how I wish their priority is enhanced for the micro, small, and medium enterprises for a certain percentage of their overdue amount or up to a certain cap.
I would like to views of Madam Anju Bajaj also on this, and then Mr. Arun Grover.
Sir, what you are saying is absolutely right. But I think the revised framework proposes to allow the promoters of the MSMEs to continue to manage the operations, even after because % of the outstanding financial claims and all, they're mostly from the corporate sector. So I also feel the same thing that because the revised framework which has been advised, which has already been into this thing, I think this is going to take place now very soon.
Thank you. Yes, Arun ji was saying something.
I agree, Madam Saab, क्योंकि small entrepreneur, small company, micro SMEs, इनको बचाना very important, sir. It's very important.
So now, can I come in now?
Yes, Pandey.
So basically, I have two views. Yeah. One is that IBC is a too harsh a law for MSME. So as rightly Mr. Rajiv Chavla also shared, we should create a slightly different structure for MSME resolution. At the same time, giving them comfort of IBC, which is like a lot of concessions are available. And so one is that we should create a separate structure. One size fits all will not work. At the same time, distorting IBC just because of saving some operational creditor will also not be very helpful, because ultimately this law is based on certain principle and certain market principles like of credit, how the market perceives credit, and basically IBC doesn't want to disturb that structure. If you see the design of IBC, it is basically a facilitator. It is not here to change your credit priorities or your creditor rights. No. Basically, it is only providing a systematic mechanism to resolve the issue collectively. Where there is for the opposite creditors in a new plan. So ultimately, there is the waterfall. There is equitable distribution. So unless give a this the pre-pack says that the scheme can be approved without any challenge if entire money is not. So now you see what credit will take a haircut.
Your voice is cracking. So I would like to conclude this Q&A session here with one comment only. Rather, I will respond to one observation of Mr. Rajiv Chawla, which he quoted twice during his talk. One, he said that if a tea vendor को अगर 1 लाख रुपया देना तो tea vendor should not be allowed to file an application. मैं तो कहता हूँ tea vendor का 1 लाख रुपया आउटस्टैंडिंग की क्यों होना चाहिए? अगर उसका आउटस्टैंडिंग उसको पेमेंट कर दो ना, और अगर उसने जैसे अगर पिटीशन भी फाइल उससे पहले सेक्शन 8 का नोटिस भी देना होगा, अब तब पेमेंट कर दीजिए। और अगर आपका डिस्प्यूट है तो हम मान के चलिए आपके अगेंस्ट एप्लीकेशन कभी एडमिट नहीं होने वाली है, तो बी रेस्ट एश्योर्ड ऐसे किसी केस में नहीं होने वाला। I remember a case from your Faridabad only. In one of the cases 2018, 8 लाख रुपए के लिए 100 करोड़ रुपए की कंपनी चली गई इंसॉल्वेंसी में। The corporate debtor didn't bother at all. ना उसने उसकी पेमेंट की, ना एप्लीकेशन का जवाब दिया, ना कोर्ट में अपीयर हुआ। जब एप्लीकेशन एडमिट हो गई तो ही केम रनिंग टू मी। अल्टीमेटली कोर्ट उन दिनों बंद थी, हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना पड़ा, वहां से सेटलमेंट करवाकर विड्रॉ करवाना पड़ा। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हर डेट के ऊपर कंपनी सीआईआरपी में चली ही जाएगी। देयर आर सो मेनी वेज एंड मींस, इज बेटर नॉट टू बी डिफॉल्टर विद स्मॉल वेंडर्स। थैंक यू वेरी मच। ओवर टू संजीव जी।
No, I think that was great, Mr. Madan. I would rather, now invite Kuber to, give a word of thanks and the closing remarks. The only comment quickly, which I want to make after having heard about the OC thing, which probably, had a lot of views. One was, at various forums, this has been a discussion that does it really make sense to have a separate independent law? It's not a carve out we are talking about, because what happens because of the carve out, there are a lot of back and forth and the patchwork which is required. So maybe a dedicated chapter or a law itself which deals with MSME holistically. That was one suggestion which was coming at various forums. Other thing is with respect to the payment as of now for OC, link it to the unsecured financial creditors. I don't know, as a percentage or something. That was one thought. Other thing is, apart from the secured creditors who get the priority, everyone else gets a proportionate of whatever is left. Now, these are suggestions which are coming from the ground at different forum. I don't know what is right, what is wrong, because OC is just a category. But that's a heterogeneous group. It comprises of authorities and employees and the goods and the vendor suppliers, so many other people. But anyway, I think this debate has to go on, and that was the reason we said unfinished story, right? So something we'll have to keep doing a back and forth. So Kuber, over to you, for your closing remarks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ahuja. A very good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, on behalf of PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and on my own, I would like to extend a vote of thanks to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Vijay Varghya, Mr. Pandey, Ms. Bajaj, Mr. Chawla, Mr. Grover, as well as all our other distinguished delegates, for taking the time out of their busy schedules to address this humble gathering and thus their invaluable insights, knowledge, and experience on this topic. I will quickly summarize the key takeaways from today's discussion, where we had the benefit of hearing from all the stakeholders, throwing light on issues from either side of the fence, so to speak. However, due to paucity of time, I've tried to keep the summary brief, and I apologize if I miss out on any points. The common thread for today's discussion has been that MSMEs, which are essentially the economic backbone of the country, need to be provided with a conducive environment to encourage. Such an environment needs to be brought about through a host of factors, the most vital of these being support from the government, which in the present context would mean commercial support through legislative innovation. The focus must be on fine-tuning the existing legislative framework to make not only the lending and borrowing environment more conducive for MSMEs, but also to make conflict resolution less adversarial and leaning more towards mediatory. What must also be kept in mind is that by definition, MSMEs can range in size from a single person enterprise to a large business. through the spectrum of size and complexity, not all MSMEs are equally placed insofar as commercial and technological sophistication are concerned. This goes to say that while it may not be possible to have an absolutely level playing for every enterprise, there needs to be an attempt not only to spread awareness and sensitivity, but also an attempt to ensure dissemination of knowledge right from the grassroots level to educate the existing and potential entrepreneurs of the region about the various challenges of doing business. This would involve, amongst other things, highlighting causes for defaults, laying stress on the need and importance of a disciplined approach to business, not just management, but accounting, regardless of the size of the enterprise. So with that, I would conclude my summary. And once again, thank you to all our distinguished speakers and delegates on behalf of PhD Chambers and on behalf of our committee.
Great. Jatinder ji?
Thank you very much indeed. It was a very wonderful, very insightful. Definitely now we have got some very vital points, and with the expertise of all the panelists, we'll try to come out with a paper on this based on the discussion. We will submit it to MEM, to IBPI, and also to the related department. So thank you very much, and we look forward to your association in the near future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Namaskar. Have a great day.
Thank you, ji.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.